All right, enjoy.
Yeah, that's my exit as well. But I'll be back in another
You'll be
hour.
breathed before you hop in the car again.
Thank you.
Sorry, say again?
I said you'll be breathed before you hop back in the car again.
No, not at all. No,
Yeah.
there's I'm isolating. Hopefully I'll see Ollie on track. I'll put him in the wall.
Same spot.
No, it doesn't matter. Shit. I think I hear my mum calling me. I've got to go. Bye.
Bye.
So yeah, now that everybody has left, who's still around? I see that Jamie Conboy has just entered the commentating booth. Is that correct?
Hola!
Hello!
Yes, sir, it is. Let's go.
How you doing, Jesse?
Hello.
I am very well. It's been a very good first 6 hours. So looking forward to the last 4. We're doing really well, actually.
Which number are you in again?
Pretty pleased with our progress. We are car 500. The 500ml Dare iced coffee entry.
Oh yes, you've been in a bit of action today.
Yeah, we've had one or two little incidents with blue flags, but nothing sinister, and I'm sure there's been worse out there. But no, we're pretty happy with how we're going. Mitch Weatherburn, hats off to him. Hasn't done a lot of ACC driving in his career, but put in 2 really good stints. Obviously very faster than our F1 Legends series, so clearly good behind the wheel, but different skills, different style of driving in ACC, so he's done really well today, has Mitch Weatherburn. But Gibbo in the car now, Jan watching intently. Hello, Mrs. Tully.
Didn't take long. No, I don't get that, but that's funny. She just killed the cat.
I mean, these inside jokes of that only people understand who have been in war since 2002. Yeah, maybe you have to explain them to the viewers, but yeah, game on.
Something Jason.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you want to cop the wrath of Miss Tully, by all means. Love you, Nan.
Yes, we do. I've been in and out a little bit. Has there been a huge accident? I'm looking for the biggest accident of the day, the biggest bingle of the day. Has there been what's the biggest sadness that's occurred?
Actually, we just saw a few laps ago.
This is about to be.
There was a near mass carambolage at the exit of the bus stop, where you had 2 cars doing bad rejoins simultaneously at the same time, and there was like 3 cars following. So by miracle, none of the cars actually got involved in an accident, but if one car would have touched the other, we would have seen a 6-7 car pile up there, and that would have been the biggest one. But otherwise it's mostly one-on-ones.
Yeah. Definitely. We had in the wet. We had 2 or 3 people spin on the exit of turn 1, and they all piled into each other, like as in one spun, and then the next one did exactly the same thing and bounced off them back onto the race line.
Bit of a sympathy spin.
Yeah, but it was like the person had spun off to the inside on the right-hand side and hit the wall on the inside, and they went up on the curb on the outside and spun and did the same thing and then hit them in the exact same spots. So yeah, it was a bit of a monkey see, monkey do sort of thing. And the last turn was possibly one of the worst ones. The last turn one involving this Nissan, actually.
I'm gonna say this poor Nissan's been involved in a little bit today.
Yeah.
Who's this? This is Connor Hind and his crew, is it not?
Yep.
Jay
And
Hill's
also
back
this
in the
Nissan
car.
has nearly been flipped over by a car reversing into its side. That was pretty spectacular.
That was probably the most spectacular crash out of all the ones we've had. We had a few scary ones through the S's up the back straight before the bus stop in the wet, and 3 different cars came off through that bit trying to go flat out when they needed to do a little lift, or they went a little bit offline. That was very hairy.
And otherwise we had quite a lot of stop-go penalties actually, but that was mostly for blue flag cars getting involved in incidents with cars that were laps ahead of them. So they would usually be penalized quite brutally by the stewards. I think Matt actually lost track of how many stop-goes he handed out today.
Oh, mate. hats off to Powley in the stewards room. He's been absolutely mega today. We always give raps to Mull, of course, and you know, chat gets best on ground votes every now and then, and the drivers, of course. But I think a little bit of extra love needs to go to our race director Matt Powell today. He's been in there.
No, but I mean, I do have to say though that he went for a washroom break during the last hour. I think this is just not enough commitment. I mean, he has to be there 10 hours all the time.
Did he go to the bathroom? Oh, well, that's not good enough.
He's got to install a catheter. Get her, come on.
There's a bucket. That's what they made, buckets.
Oh,
No.
they made them. Just video game streams.
Oh, dear.
Who's in P1? Is that for
The leader?
I don't know. Yeah, thanks now. Thank you.
It is. Car 45. They've been like that for quite some time now.
Right.
Maybe since...
That's a great effort.
Getting close to a lap ahead, actually.
Where is drivers here?
When the weather was all changing through it and there was blue flags starting to come up and everyone was trying to find their feet, they kept their nose clean and stayed out of it all, and this is where they've ended up.
Where's second place on the track right now? Just pop to second place if you can. If that's easy to do. Yeah, right. They're half a track ahead.
About half a lap.
Wow, that's a great lead. Although that's Kitching, Lamb and Brett, is it not? So they're
I think
coming.
that's actually closed. I think that's actually closed a bit, I think. Yeah, but they're
At this stage of the
Whoa,
race,
that's an interesting line,
also-
Dylan.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, somebody's delivering tofu there, and quite nicely so. Pulled it up with smoked tires, but without crashing the wall.
That's a good saying. Delivering tofu. That's the first I've heard of.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
you
six
obviously
months.
have never watched, what is it called? Remind me. The
Never watched it
anime,
either, but it
the
sounds
drifting
of it.
anime.
What was it, sorry? What was it, Stefan? Which was it called? Or you just looking it up?
I'm drawing a blank. It's Initial D, of course, the classic anime of the drift car who is a tofu delivery boy. That's how he gets so good at drifting. That's where the saying comes from.
Catching what you're throwing now.
Yep.
I keep hearing that. Is that something I should go and watch if I've got the time? I hear Initial D a lot, and I thought it was a band, and then someone was like, no, it's an anime, and I'm not a huge anime fan, but is that something I should go and check out?
If you don't like anime, then probably not. But if you do, tolerate it. Tolerate's a word I'm using. I'm going to stick with that.
Yeah, it's
I haven't watched anime
It's
since
okay.
Astro Boy. Showing my age.
you just outed yourself as being definitely not Gen Z or anything.
No.
He's a boomer.
Maybe some Sailor Moon before school. That's as far as I've got to it.
Oh, Sailor Moon, there's a show. Yeah, Cheese TV.
Now it's Toasted TV. Or
Yeah,
something,
actually,
but-
maybe we shouldn't talk too much about anime on this stream because otherwise, for the next Enduro, everybody will have a weeb livery, and we don't want that.
I'm so proud that we don't have that. So proud.
Well, we got Barney the dinosaur, so kind of close.
So we really are winning.
Yeah, we're just winning. It's better.
This is an interesting little watch here. We've got Seneca's coming up behind his Kovac's teammate, but they're in a battle there. That's Kefford in a battle, I believe. Oh, up the inside. Fair enough. That seems like it was coordinated from the Kovac's boys. But now it is Neighbour in the blue Kovac's entry there, so he'll try and tuck in behind Peach. I think he's in the car at the moment. And then hopefully get one done on Kefford in McLaren in front. So this will be an interesting watch over the next half a lap if Neighbour can stay with the Barney. That's a banging livery, that purple Barney livery.
That's why you went to the
best
hood
on ground.
cam. Did you see the hood cam? That's just look at the eyeballs on it when he went to it. It's insane. Did you notice it or not?
No, I haven't looked at the bottom cam. No, as I said, I've been missing
Let's
most.
see.
I mean,
Evil.
also for context, I mean, this is how JP is driving, right? He drives in Bonnecan, so
Yep.
basically these eyes are looking at him for 10 hours.
That's menacing. So yeah, Page made the pass. That's all done and dusted. But now again, Neighbour right behind Kevin here. BMW pretty strong in the second sector. What about that? I think Hill's there too. That is a three-way battle for position, if I'm not mistaken.
You
That's
are
correct. And it's all class? No, two of them are in the same class. So
Jeez, this is close.
close.
Careful defending well. He's got that car in the right place. BMW obviously superior under brakes, but has to get a run out of the previous corner if he wants to get anything done. Hasn't found that yet.
Yeah, having a train like this at this stage where people are getting a bit impatient and so on, this is kind of asking for trouble. So I guess we can take bets now. How long until this ends into dicey incidents?
This coming lap.
You're trying to curse it. I believe in these drivers and their ability to keep this clean.
No, Jamie, you misunderstand how this works. You are cursing it right now. What I did was actually looking for a clean lap, and now you said everything is going to be fine, so obviously you jinxed it. So I deny any responsibilities in any upcoming crashes here.
Here's a run coming up to the bus stop. That's where it all comes.
This is Hill on Neighbour. I don't know how many passes you've seen through bus stop today.
Quite a few actually.
Really?
It's been a hot spot for contention.
Told ya!
Yeah, we did.
Wow!
Play on!
No! Play on, umpire! That's wide!
Doesn't count. Play on. Oh, a bit of a door bang there as Neighbour rejoined too.
He's going to hang on the outside now.
This is good racing. Oh, I can't believe Neighbour is still going straight.
Good catch.
And so behind them, that'd be the Stodgo 30 Aston, is it not?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I love
Lap
these
10.
liveries because it's so easy to identify cars. I think they're amazing. They look so good, but they also make it quite a lot easier for us to identify who's who.
Oh, agreed.
I mean, this is speaking for the commentating booth, because in the stewards booth this round we were just looking at carbon livery here and carbon livery there, so it's a bit more difficult.
Oh, that'll fix the next Enduro when we can send out the livery packs and be confident they won't break anything.
So has this
Nice.
all
We're
run well?
looking forward to that.
Yeah.
This has all run well service side at your end there, Mel? You're all happy with how it's going?
Mate, I don't want to touch wood, but I mean, I want to touch wood. I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, the last night's shakedown, super happy with how the liveries were. It's so different to what it was before the DDS files were generated. I've been switching through replays and computers, and it's been great. So it's a big thumbs up. So if you want to do a custom livery, you got my thumbs up. I'd love to see a full grid of custom liveries now. You haven't seen a pineapple on pizza one? I want to see a lamb chops one. Lamb chops sing along. And that's all I'll say. I'll leave it at that.
Actually, I am glad that you asked, because I was like, is it just me who is not getting that? Or yeah, okay.
If you think the Barney song's annoying, wait till you listen to the lamb chops one. It's actually called The Song That Never Ends.
Isn't there a song about a shark? Isn't there a song about a shark that is much worse that we're not going to repeat here on screen?
Oh, is the shark a smaller one? Is it a young shark?
I hear Baby Shark.
Yeah,
No! Don't say the words!
That's a tune.
Baby shark, do 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 do, baby. No, you've done it. Go on.
oh my god. Oh my god. Cut the stream.
I
It's
can't
done.
believe I've done it. I've actually said that on stream. My life's over.
Let's give him back the Barney run. I love you.
No!
You
No!
love me. There you go.
Time of
Mark.
death,
So-
3 hours 51 to go.
Yeah, so Malok probably needs a new identity now. Can we get him into a witness protection program
Yeah.
or something?
This is Barney Online Racing. Boar.
Still driving really well here. Still lining up Neighbour.
Actually, to come back to your earlier question, JC, for the bus stop, actually we've seen cars passing there, and
Hang on.
I think it was the car
2 seconds
Watson was
dead.
driving, a BMW, who actually got side by side two laps in a row in the bus stop, and nothing happened. So it is possible to get close to dicey there, and we're gonna see it again now as the two of them enter.
Yeah, the Ferrari had the legs up the straight on the BMW, and Hill gets the bus stop done pretty cleanly. Nice work. So that's been coming for a couple of laps.
That's
Nice
what
work
I
to Hill.
understand.
He's driving well. Now he gets a chance to get after Kefford and see if he can get one done up there and move himself up to P17, which would be a good result.
Oh, I've got Baby Shark in my head now. Fuck.
You sung it.
Oh no.
I only tried to help. I only tried to remove it and put another song in there. You can start the song that never ends if you want.
Yeah, it's a no from me.
Just at the back of this pack, Van den Bosch has been putting pressure on Hignett because Hignett obviously getting backed up into Van den Bosch by Neighbour and Hill. So there is battles going everywhere you look, which is what you want. Oh, that's a lot of wall.
Yep. I don't think the card like that. What is this? Oh, this is the replay of the wall of the. Oh, so he sent him and then straightened him.
Perfect. Couldn't have done it better.
Wow. Yeah, straightened him back up again and then caught it himself.
Interesting. He's bloody lucky he straightened him up because obviously the stewards would have been having a look at that, and all's well that ends well, I guess.
Yeah.
Could have been worse.
If he had a spun there, what would a penalty have been? 15 seconds? Something like that?
Oh, I'm not going to pretend to be a steward. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, it's
That's
usually
probably the
around
area,
the
but yeah,
15.
it's
Yeah.
It depends on how bad the impact is, how bad the other car gets impeded, and so on. So it depends. It's usually a longer discussion for the endurance race because we also give an extra tax. Because for 10 hours, a 15-second penalty is not that much in the end. So you usually get harsher ones. And yeah, that's also the reason why we have seen so many stop-goes today. So, but yeah,
Not
we're still
as
racing
tough
on,
as-
and it's looking good.
Not as tough a decision as what would have happened. I did catch, I think it was 9 cars go through bus stop at exactly the same time, and the right-hander afterwards. There was a huge amount of cars sorting themselves out.
this lap one.
No. It wasn't lap 1. It was only sort of 10, 15 laps ago. It was before I came into the box, and you were on.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that one.
And
Where
I couldn't
two were off
believe
track.
everyone survived.
That was amazing.
Yeah. That was, yeah, there was 7 cars involved in that. One was sitting off on the side of the track before the other 6 cars arrived and was slowly rejoining relatively safely, but the lead car of the pack of 6 went flying off and nearly hit that car as it was on the grass driving on the edge of the track. So it became very hairy, very fast.
Stop go 30 here, trying their best. Oh wow! What happened?
And exit stage left. There goes Van den Bosch.
Oh, and there is some extra aero on that bonnet.
Yeah, that's a
It's the
lot
old
of damage.
active aero for the Audi.
Is
So
it
it's
still able
interesting.
to see the road now?
We jumped on board there, and Hignett was in front of Van den Bosch. But when Van den Bosch crashed, he was in front of Hignett on the timing board. So I'm not sure what happened back at turn 1 or on the way up to the S's. But I reckon that there's a little bit more to that story than what we saw, I would suggest. Yeah, some Audi things. Hello, Hamster. Sorry about your race today, mate. You and Babby. Yeah, anyway, Hignett gets out of the Van den Bosch pressure zone, so he'll be pleased with that.
You got 3 laps to serve the drive-through, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So yeah, down in the turn 1, Van done on the straight on Hignett. So that's why the timing board was on that. And then he goes out on the marbles. I don't know whether collecting marbles has much of a play on traction and whatnot. Someone's going to have to enlighten me on that.
That's bad.
Touch the curb. Oh.
Yeah. And there she goes. So yeah, picking up marbles, is that's gonna hurt your traction for a little while, is it?
It does. You can feel it for a while, and especially when you are doing it a lot after it has been raining and you try to cool down your rain tires, so you go off track consistently every time to catch a bit of water. It actually starts feeling like driving off-road, that you can really feel the vibration through your wheel and so on from the rubber that's stuck to your tires. So it keeps blowing my mind of how much effort and time Kunas has put into these things to simulate all of that.
There you go. The more you know. I didn't know that. I did miss out.
Well, it's one of the things that you pick up. It's one of the things that you pick up when you just wonder, like, why do I suddenly feel vibrations? And then you start investigating, and look at that! They actually simulate the marbles.
So is that first?
That was just Dylan Martin for Steezy unlapping himself. Yes, that's good by Van Vliet there. It's comfortably leading. There's no point trying to hold someone up or trying to overdrive.
Is he just at the start of a stint or at the end of a stint? Why is his pace a bit off?
45 minutes in.
Yeah. Towards the end? Not the end? What are the Audis so fast though?
I'll tell you what, Josh is quickly becoming my driver of the day.
Josh,
He's having a ripper. His wet stint was up there as one of the
best
stints that
drivers.
I've seen. Yeah, it was fantastic. And even now he's smashing through the field. He's racing hard. He's having a crack. Unfair.
Very fair, very fast.
He's just gapped 19. Kovacs blue.
I wonder what happened. They've lost like a lap and a half with the other guys driving. They were in a couple of blues though, weren't they? They definitely had a. But the number 28 car had a blue, then had to serve a drive-through. So I just and they're still that far ahead. So these guys must have had 3 or 4 of them. That's all I can think of.
Maybe an extra stop.
Yeah, and they've got a 5-second penalty now as well. So.
Speaking of drive-throughs, have we seen any for track limits yet? Is that what those drive-throughs have been?
Yes. There's been a couple for our track limits, and a few just handed out by the stewards.
That's a pretty good effort, don't
I
we?
think we've had one or 2 disqualifications and a lot of stop goes.
Wait, what? Disqualifications? Ooh, I didn't know that. That's spicy. What happened? No, I won't.
Nah, not going on.
I'll work it out
Yeah.
later. Yeah, no, we won't go on about it.
But I think for the drive-throughs, for track limits, it is not really a track where you pick those up so easily. I mean, there's only 1 or 2 stops that actually, as corners that actually you are in danger of getting one. I mean, it's not Kota after all, where you basically can have a drive-through after sector 1. I don't know.
You looking forward to Coda?
It's going to get voted in first.
Oh, we've got it coming up in the sprint series, so regardless of whether it gets voted in the endurance series.
I think it's going to be I think it'll be a better endurance track.
I agree. Totally agree. I think it's going to end up like Paul Ricard. People are going to hate it, and I'm going to be the only one who likes it. So I'm trying
Those
to find
people are wrong, JC.
Thank you.
I
think it's a great track.
But I don't mind
but
Paul
then for an
Ricard.
endurance,
I like the fact that it goes straight down the straight rather than having the chicane the F1s have.
Yeah, it's a better endurance track by mile. It's kind of perfect for it. I wish it had some more elevation changes, and if you like, maybe some gravel or some grass. But other than that, the tracks I think is a lot of fun.
yeah, I also think that Paul Ricard is just great. It always produces great racing, actually.
It
I mean,
does.
people hate hot lapping it, but the racing on it is usually pretty good because sectors 1 and 3 are amazing. Sector 2, I mean, the Porsche, so I obviously hate it, but people pass there, so it's it actually has all the ingredients.
No! All right, so
Well,
I don't know who the
happens.
Mercedes is, but the Mercedes had some issues in front of Hill and Keffert. Hill had been setting up Keffert in the previous corner and then finished off the corner and saw that there was an issue ahead, so both Kefford and Hill kind of got spooked by the Mercedes and then ended up in each other's passenger seats. Both of them came out of it okay, but the poor old Mercedes has been booped.
And the poor Mercedes was, I think, he'd had a cut off 2 corners before as well, so he's struggling with something, definitely. Whether that be old tyres or dirty tyres. It just looked like one of those things where the 2 guys are too busy focusing on their race and not looking ahead and going, oh, I might just, we'll save this for another lap and survive. That's going to be some damage for Jay Hill for sure. He hit pretty hard.
Not a lot of Mercedes on track, so it shouldn't be too hard to work out who that was. It was a nice little green-tinged livery, so they got that.
That was number 24.
They've been in the wars today. Number 24, the Mr. Bean and Teddy entry.
Sorry, what? Mr. Bean and Teddy?
And Teddy. Yeah, Mr. Bean and Teddy.
Good on him.
Yeah. From Ferguson and Fleming. Oh.
So it just got a little crossed up on the exit there, and then they found the grass. And as you said, Justin, I don't think the Ferrari and the McLaren were totally aware of what was going on in front. They're just entranced in their own battles. And then all of a sudden, Mercedes.
Yeah.
And it just didn't end well for the green Teddy and Bear.
He's going, move over. You can't, unfortunately, you can't force the car on the right to move over.
Yeah, so
he's just blocking you in there smartly.
But we're just giving Hill wraps. I believe Hill could have been a little bit more patient there. And anyway, learning lessons along the way.
Yeah, it's an awkward one. You've also got the car ahead who's off track a little bit, but then comes back across a little bit. I don't think there was ever going to be room there with that wall.
Yeah.
Just an awkward one, and just split the second decision was the wrong one.
Yeah, it's just kind of sad to see that, a car who has been struggling, trying to keep it on track, trying to stay out of the way, and then, they get still hit from behind. So I do feel for them. Never nice to see incidents like that.
Now we have Neighbour chasing possibly the wounded Hill.
Yeah, chance for a bit of redemption here. Obviously passed by Hill before. How much is he carrying in terms of damage? Yeah, it looks a little beaten up there at the front for sure.
Splitter's not going to be doing a good job. Yeah, he's a bit slow in his straight. Look at this beamer come.
Neighbour's got him.
That is fast.
If you're getting done down the straight by the BMW, you're clearly carrying some damage. So in they go to the bus stop.
No!
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's fighting hard now.
Oh no.
Yeah, just fighting a bit aggressively, which tends to happen once you've had an incident. You feel a bit hard done by and go aggressive. Can happen a lot.
So Mull has labelled him driver of the day, and since then, it has gone all downhill.
Yeah, I don't see any correlation at all there. What are you talking about? Are you insinuating something?
All downhill? Nothing
I'm
to
on
that?
fire today over these curses, I tell you what.
That's very bad, Mal. That's to be honest. They tried to do it relatively fairly, but again, he doesn't give up. The second he gets bumped, doesn't get out of it and jumps the curb and ends up crashing again.
You got to know when to fold them, even if you're not in the wrong. You got to know when to fold them. It's defensive driving 101.
Yeah.
Well, he was the best driver of the day for the first 5 hours. First 4 hours. First 5 hours. I can't even remember. But
6 hours.
Head down, Josh. Put all those past you. Otherwise, it's going to keep happening.
Yeah.
There's some amazing battles out there. You expect incidents in these types of races. You see wheel-to-wheel stuff in every type of motorsport.
And just the wear factor on your brain after this many hours of paying attention to a race and all that sort of stuff. Like, even when you're not in the seat, you're still paying a lot of attention. You're still helping your teammate. That sort of stuff. You're going to be tired. You say stuff like that curses other drivers, like Mal does.
Oh, who's this? Look at that. Yes.
If you guys don't finish in the top 10, you have to use the Farmers Junior livery next race.
All right, done. Bet.
Done?
Oh, bet. All right.
We were actually aiming for the top 10, so the fact that you've put that on there, that's a bet.
All right. And if you do get in there, what do I have to do?
I'll come back to you on that one.
All right, Roger.
Yeah, maybe you want to DM that.
Just message me on OnlyFans. It's fine.
10th place has crossed the start finish line already, so it's a long way to catch up.
We're on the same lap as P9, I think.
Yeah.
Thereabouts. So we reckon P9 is about as high as we can get. P10 is definitely the aim. We've just pitted. Gibbo was in the car and had a really good stint. Jacob's clearly our fastest driver. He's probably 2 or 3 tenths quicker than Gibbo and myself. So Jacob and Gibbo are going to go for 2 stints each here before I jump in the car a little bit later on. I'm obviously here in the comms booth with you guys and YouTube chat up until 8 o'clock, so looking forward to a good stint here. But yeah, Jacob's our fastest driver, so looking forward to seeing how he goes here and whether he can make up the gaps to, as we said, I think P9 is about as high as we can get, so that's the aim. But Yoda absolutely loves this car track combo. Like, he already loves the Honda, but he reckons this is the most fun he's ever had playing ACC. He loves this car track combo. And in the sprint series, I think it was last week or the week before, qualified up in the top 2 or 3, and then obviously had that incident with Shady, who I believe was on pole, and yeah, so he had a rough sprint race. He was disappointed. But yeah, on for redemption. He's having a ball today. He's absolutely loving it and looking very fast.
Looks very settled over those curbs. That setup you've got running there. That looks very nice.
He was in the car for the wet stint, wasn't he?
I don't know. I was at work, so I actually missed the first. I don't know.
Because there was a period there where he was just falling back and back and back. It was like the car wasn't quite set up for those conditions, but now it's drier. He looks on rails.
Well, it's interesting you say that because we did a lot of wet practice and we all felt pretty comfortable in the wet, and we thought the setup was good in both conditions. So, yeah, I'm not sure whether they didn't quite get the pressures right. Maybe they didn't have
that's the
setup.
pressures that I would have been thinking.
Yeah, but Gibbo's probably the quickest in the wet. Gibbo's probably 2 or 3 tenths quicker than myself and Yoda in the wet. But yeah, definitely Yoda in the dry. So he'll be loving the chance to really have a crack here, and hopefully he's in a bit of space and he can get up there.
Farmers Union, here we come.
Yeah, no, that's a bet, absolutely. As I said, I'll come back to you with what happens if we get in the top 10.
Is that how much
scared
you
to
lead
think.
pitting? It's our... Oh no, they're 34th now. Wow, they've dropped a fair bit back. They were in 15th place at one point.
Who's that?
The D Flower who just pitted. Oh no, is it D Flower? Yeah, D Flower. Yeah. The Brazilian livery, right?
Race Ventura.
Yeah.
That's up there in the top 5 best liveries too, that livery.
Mm.
The Race Ventura livery.
It's just pretty good. I couldn't pick a favourite, I don't think.
No, as we said, there's so many good ones out there, and I'm glad that. Oh my god, I don't know what was going on back there. It looked like someone was off track as Yoda was coming around the corner there. No, it's good to see the creative juices flowing. We have so many creative people. It's Nicholas
Turn
Macbeth facing the wrong way. He's got no one around him, so that rejoin should be pretty safe, I would suggest.
Actually, did we just see the car of Mitchell Weston? I mean, weren't they running in P2 for the longest time? What happened to them?
They pitted, so it was. I can't remember who.
Are
his
they-
team
They're just out of sync with the
Yeah.
rest of the teams regarding pit stops. Okay.
That's just a pit stop there, I think. But they're doing a great job. They're a 2-man team, so that's a mega effort over 10 hours to go through with a 2-man team. These guys are looking really good too. They had a few issues early on, I'm told. I don't know whether that was blue flags or collisions or whatnot, but to be up there in P3, they've obviously come back through the field. So they're on for a really good result.
Yeah, all the Kovac boys and girls, they've been in the wars, most of them today, and I think these guys started off at the start of the race, but then it came clean. It's come clean for them pretty much after the first hour, I think it was.
I mean, also considering that they're carrying a dinosaur around the track, it's also an effort in itself.
Yeah, while burning dinosaurs as well.
Yes.
It's my friend calls it dinosaur juice instead of fuel.
Yeah, why not? It's accurate. It's not bad.
There we go.
McLean's done it again. He's in chat saying Kovacs Red have made their way from P38 to P25. So that's pretty good.
You've done it. That was, when did we say that? I can't remember. That's
Well,
fucking
I've
great.
started saying it because Yoda keeps calling him McLean, and it was the only way that I could remember it. So I've just started saying it, hoping that it sticks and that we all start calling him McLean, because that's how you pronounce his name. And yeah, we just started it last week for the F1 stream.
So it actually is McLean, as in the guy from Die Hard.
John McClane.
I haven't seen that movie, so someone else is going to have to pitch in there.
You have not seen that movie.
I haven't seen a lot of movies, dude. I've not,
Wait.
never been-
Did you just say you haven't seen Die Hard?
I haven't seen Die
I
Hard.
mean,
Thanks for joining us,
there's
JC. You've been great to be
15
here,
of them.
mate.
Yeah.
I can't believe you
Wow.
haven't seen it. You love the shit out of Die Hard. It's the
see
best
ya.
Christmas movie ever.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got to watch it during Christmas.
There's some. I got in trouble in Kovacs the other day because I haven't seen some racing. Days of Thunder.
Oh yes.
You
Haven't
haven't
seen
seen it
that.
either. We used to
Haven't
give
seen
Jesse
that.
McLean shit about that.
Yeah.
Cold
well,
Trickle.
Well,
You need to come to Tassie, mate. We need to watch some movies.
a bit of a
You
marathon.
can snuggle
you
up on the
reckon?
couch with a bit of
Shit, I'm
popcorn.
down.
And actually, Days of Thunder is on Netflix now. I rewatched it one of these days when I was bored at home. So yeah, it's easy.
Easy.
It's a bit of a classic. That one.
So, do you guys have any movies that you always watch around Christmas time? For me, it's definitely Die Hard, definitely Home Alone. Any others?
I haven't had
Actually, I think
TV in years, so I don't watch.
You don't have Netflix?
I have Netflix, but like,
That's what we watch it on. Who
But
watches
I-
TV?
yeah, I know, but I'm saying like those Christmassy movies are always on the TV. So
Oh yeah.
I guess, like, you know, I don't go out of my way to watch them. I just
Not even with your partner or your wife?
Uh,
Or is she still at the shops? You've already sent her out.
she like, I don't know. She watches what she wants, and I just play video games, man. I'm a nerd.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
do watch movies, but it's always like,
On a different channel you can't really talk about. That's fair enough. I know what you've been watching, Justin. I know what you got The Office.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's also a Christmas edition of these movies,
you know, I
right?
share my office, right? There's other people that are having things. I've got.
Oh, whatever
businesses
floats your
all around
boat.
me,
If you want to
mate.
share, watch it with people.
Yeah, one
actually,
of
it's-
them's a
it's-
yoga
it's kind of-
studio, so.
Oh, there's a couple of shows that I refuse to watch with Nat, and one of them's Riverdale. Nah, get out. No way. Anything with vampires, get in the bin. But
Isn't that like 90% of Netflix at the moment?
oh, it feels like it at times. I do watch a fair bit of TV because I always watch an episode before bed. That's kind of my routine. No matter what time I finish work, I have to watch a show. And I could finish OOR stuff at 2 a.m. and I'll still sit down and watch something. Otherwise, I just can't turn my brain off.
So, one of my wife's your partner. She likes the vampire movies. Well, not all of them, but there's this one called Queen of the Damned. That's her favorite one. It's like a B-grade film, actually.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like it.
But I think it's pretty groovy for. It's one of those vampire movies that kind of makes sense. Unlike
Oh, one of those.
One of
Yeah,
those ones.
that like, it's like, hey, they said this
That
is
list
what
is very
vampires are
short.
like. Yeah, exactly. This is what vampires do, and then they stick to it. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. They didn't go, and now they have magic, and now they have this, and now, you know, like, it's just like, come on, just. I hate it when movies set up a premise, and then at the end, guess what? They had superpowers the whole time, and they just had to believe, and it's like, oh, you know, like,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
so shit. That's the worst cop
It's
out
just
of
when
anything.
it's just when the writers get bored and they have to find a way out
to
or
finish it.
can't make it stick, and then they just come. Yeah, they had superpowers. But actually, what I've been wondering all the time is, I mean, vampires are supposed to disintegrate when they're in sunlight, right?
Yep.
But they find moonlight, right?
Which is the reflection. Yeah.
Exactly. It's sunlight just reflected. How?
Yeah, well, you can look at a basilisk in the eyes in a mirror. That's a reflection. So there's clearly something in a reflection that diffuses magical powers.
No, clearly.
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 Hey, Ignat coming up on Scani, P22,
Yeah, just about
P23.
We're talking about vampires now. Why do you interrupt us with racing?
Is that it there? Is that the pass
That's
done?
done. And
Yeah,
Scarny's in the pits.
Oh, that's a shame. Two of my favourite people in OR, Ignat and Scani, and I was looking forward to a bit of a battle there, but okay, fair enough. It's done.
So that's your fault.
Yeah. No battle.
Yeah, he's mates, and it's his fault. That was one of my favourite things from me was, he's your mate. Whenever someone
He's
calls
your
up,
mate.
Yeah, he's your
Your
mate.
mate.
That's your mate over there.
Yeah.
You know, some hobo passed out in the ditch. That's your mate.
Weston's gaining on Ty here for P5. This is for position.
Ty has actually recovered quite well considering they've been in the wars a bit.
Yeah,
Today.
definitely. Ty started P3,
P3, wasn't it?
and Steezy Autosports 96 started in P2. Both
Yeah,
better
the
than
pace-wise,
Wolves.
they're actually pace-wise they're up there, obviously very quick. But I think they have just had a few inconsistencies and a few incidents with walls. So in the end, that they're still up there shows that their pace is really, really good.
It is. 45 though, One Tire Tribe IB Racing in the box seat at the moment. 214 laps gone. 3 hours 24. How many laps do you think we're going to hit for the total of the 10 hours?
Few more than now.
Crunches.
Probably
330.
300. Yeah,
300 odd.
315-ish, somewhere around there. Yeah.
I'm quite happy with how these liveries have turned out. Because if anyone was wondering why we haven't been running them, I've tried in the past and it kind of broke a lot of things in the background. It also lagged the server. And for us, your racing is more important than visuals. So as long as you're getting something out of that. But now that it's fixed it and it's as smooth as iRacing, you can go crazy. It's to an extent.
Well, within the rules.
Shit. To an extent. I don't want to see any... Yeah. I'm not even going to suggest anything because that's what something can do. I want a JC livery.
What would that be, do you reckon?
Your
Not
face.
much clothing. Or high vis. One or the other.
Something to do with bananas.
Something to do... No. Oh, dear.
High vis banana.
High vis... No.
Kingston has pitted and moved the two boys behind him at upper position. Lambo's still well within the top 10.
They've had a ripping race too, actually. Kingston, Fluke, and Pignata. Fuck, I ruin that every time. Sorry, Pig, I love you. I'm sure it's Pignata.
We did watch.
I thought it was Pinata. I thought it was actually Pinata.
No, I called him Pignata for the longest time and I got in trouble for it. It's actually Pignata.
Well,
Pignata.
Pinata it is.
So Fluke actually launched through the bus stop 2 or 3 laps in a row. Remember, Neil, you were like taking pictures of it off the four wheels off the ground and stuff.
Oh,
He kept losing the back in the double left of it and just straight lining the right. It happened multiple laps. So they did lose a bit of time a few times there, but nothing too major for them, I don't think.
Not as
nothing
fine as
too
you,
much.
Alex. Welcome to chat.
Oh, there's Alex.
Which Alex?
Elite Alex.
Elites. Elite indeed.
Repugnant's most beautiful. Looking forward to the F1 series coming back tomorrow night. I am looking forward to that. I got no work tomorrow, so I got all day to prepare for that. And I've been doing a lot of racing around Australia in VR. And oh my god, VR is so hard to drive in. So hats off to Diabols because that's harder than it looks.
Oh, so you finally come over to the good side. Yeah, welcome
you
to
race
the
in VR as well?
experience. Yes.
I need someone to sit down with me and work out how to improve the picture. Because I've been tinkering with it and getting better as it goes. But I'm trying to find obviously a balance between FPS and picture. And I just feel like I'm able to improve it, but I don't know shit about tech, so I might get you to sit down.
No, the thing with the ACC is that it's just not very optimized for VR, or maybe rather that it's extremely performance hungry when you're running VR. So I mean, on a flat screen, I can crank everything up to epic and 4K and not have an issue. But in VR, you just push many more pixels at the same time and at a higher frame rate usually. So it's tricky to figure out, but there's a few things that you can do. But it's never going to look as pretty as on a screen. But for me personally, the added immersion just makes up for that, and by much so. I mean, when you're side by side and you're actually just turning your head to check on the car besides you, or when you actually start screaming because you see that you're going to end up in a crash ahead, it's a different level of immersion, I think, that makes up for the bit shabby look sometimes.
Yeah, it's the immersion that gets me. It's incredible how you can just forget where you are when you have these goggles on your head. Diabolza will get you to help me out. I wouldn't go near ACC with VR, I don't think. My computer probably not powerful enough for that sort of thing. Graphics card's okay, but probably a bottleneck in the CPU somewhere. So I wouldn't go near ACC, but I am enjoying F1. So yeah, Diabolza will get you to give me an assist. Not tomorrow, obviously, but at some point next week. And yeah, as you said, it's the immersion that gets it for me. It's so good being able to look in your rear view mirrors and actually use them. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, and I mean also just the depth perception that you have because you're in a 3D space is very different. I mean, so if you have to thread a needle with cars around you, it's much easier with that enhanced perception of space and so on. I mean, also for other titles like, for example, Dirt Rally, I found myself much quicker through the tight and narrow tracks because I can just turn my head when I'm going sideways, and it makes things easier because it's more natural of how you would normally drive a car.
What's Dirt Rally like in terms of performance and compare it to ACC? Because I've got that as well and I heard that it's pretty good.
Dirt Rally is amazing in VR.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It's
I mean,
scary as
it's an older title, so it's not as performance hungry, so you can get it optimized quite easily. Actually,
that looked interesting going into bus stop.
I'll be back in 20.
There's no yellows in bus stop, so I think they got through there safely. But I'm with you, Justin. That looked airy.
Alright, so on the auto again, it's gonna flip floppers around until it finds something. It seems to like fluke.
Look at this livery. That is a banger. Nice work, Preach. That is an excellent livery. Preach Designs has come up with that one. And as I said, these guys have had a really good race today. Fluke's put in thousands of laps for this Endurance Series between Zolder and this track. So he deserves a good result today, does Big Flugie. And trying to draw pace out of the Lamborghini on this track can't be easy. I don't think it's very fast around here at all. So the fact that those boys are hanging around up there in P6 is a very solid effort in what would be one of the top 5 liveries. Oh, it's I can't say that though, because as Miles said, try and pick a favourite. There's so many good ones. I beggar try. Nah, there's no way I'd try and put them into an actual order. Except for the Dare Iced Coffee number 500 being number 1.
Yes. Yeah, no favoritism at all.
Not at all. Not in the slightest. Have you got one? Have you been able to pick one or two that you think really sit atop the others?
28 Ferrari is pretty crash hot, I think. That's beautiful. I won't be able to swap to it, but it does look good. We've got a side-by-side action, and
that's a lap car, I believe. Benji,
with the flashy lights. I don't know if he was waving thank you or saying excuse me, that was a bit rude.
Yeah, so Benji doesn't have Chalmers overtaking him. That's an Audi, I think, that's just got past him. So I don't know if that's a lap car or someone he's lapping who's unlapped themselves. I don't know what's happened there, but
is it just me or is it getting darker? Like, I'm really starting to notice those lights on the road now.
Yep, definitely getting darker. Yeah. And I don't know what that weather report says up there. My eyes are no good from all the way back.
Just clouds, just clouds. So it's overcast.
That could be right.
Yeah, but I think the difference is that before it was clouds and sunny, so you did have actually some sunshine on the track. Now it's cloud again. And if we are lucky, there might be a bit more of rain later on.
Bring on the moisture. I want it to rain at around about 8 o'clock, because that's when I get back in the car. And I love driving in the rain.
Yeah,
So
so
Ollie's
it's too bad
actually-
that there won't be a thunderstorm.
Ollie's actually found himself in the lead here for the amateurs at the moment.
Let's go.
Yeah, he says we watched his teammate have 3 spins at the bus stop in his stint. And we played them all on replay for him when he came in the commentary box. He was not impressed, but he said if he does have a spin, we have his permission to put it on. And he said,
Actually,
he said that again.
we see a 10 seconds penalty for P2. I wonder what happened there.
Yes. I think it's been there for a little bit. Probably it's got to be that sort of penalty. That would be what, just a unsafe pass,
Touch.
like
It would be a
someone
touch,
or
a bump pass, or something similar.
Yep. Speed in the pits converted to 10 seconds too, though, aren't they?
True.
Depending on how severe the speeding in pits is.
because that used to be straight drive-through, right? If it's default.
Yeah, the default, the game will give you a drive-through, but then the stewards will remove the drive-through, and then they'll probably have a look at how severe the speeding was, and whack you with anything from a 5 to a, I don't know, Stefan. I don't know how high they go with those.
Probably a drive-through.
Yeah, no. The thing is that for speeding in the pits, because it's a simulation, so you're not really threatening any lives or do not create harm to anybody.
Oh, he's managed
they
to
pulled
keep
it
it
up.
going straight. That's a very nice save from Dante Fighty there.
That looks
Yep.
like he was getting let through, and then he swung in. He just took a wider line than car behind was expecting. That's definitely what happened there.
Yeah, but to finish that thing on pit speeding, so basically you always get a 10-second penalty, but this is given manually by the stewards because they will have to clear the drive-through, stop go 30, or disqualification that the game actually hands you depending on the speed. So if you really go into the pits hot, the game will automatically disqualify you, and the stewards will have to clear that out quite quickly.
Okay. But yeah.
So these are the fun moments when the head steward or the race director is out and nobody's around for 5 minutes, and somebody gets one of these penalties. Then there you're really like, oh, this needs to be cleared like now, within 3 laps.
Yeah.
Is this the one you were talking about, Justin?
Yes, this is the
This
one.
is the kind of thing that Bandai can come up with. This is an ugly livery comp
You reckon?
type setup.
I don't know. There's something about it's not. When it was clean, it looked super nice. It did look pretty good. It is out there, and it stands out, and it looks good in the mix of other cars. So I don't know. It's sort of
I
just.
actually like this one. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know, it has this 90s graffiti vibe to me that I kind of dig. It's definitely different.
That's what I went. It stood out, but it doesn't it's not like color vomit like we see sometimes in the ugly
I love vomit.
competitions. Yeah, which we've had before.
We
We've
absolutely
had
have.
customers agree. Yeah.
Well, now the Autobot is showing us a very nice rendition of the wing of a BMW.
It's a pretty cool looking wing. I wonder how my wife would go if we stuck it on the press. I think she'd be
Sure,
impressed.
go for it.
Probably wouldn't go anywhere. Probably just stop. Wouldn't have enough power to pull that through the air.
Better looking
I
wing
mean,
than Hamster's
it doesn't
wing.
produce.
I saw the wing that when Hamster crashed in the wet. It's about the only racing that I saw in the wet, and it was down here just before
Oh,
the bus stop.
when it was sideways,
And
yeah.
it was just, it almost looked like his wing had fallen off the back. That's that wasn't pretty.
Not at all. He hit that he hit the right hand side wall, like cutting the curb. So he slapped that wall. Like it was really odd. It's kind of like he lost the back under braking and just cut the curb more than he wanted. He clipped that inside wall and it just catapulted him into the bollards on the left. And he just absolutely slapped it dead side on it. Really was a sudden stop.
I mean, imagine what that would have meant for a race in real life, where you would have a safety car for I don't know how many laps to actually clean that up and get rid of all the debris on track. I think this actually really makes quite a difference in sim racing, because when if you watched Spa 24 Hours, for example, you would see how much influence safety cars and prolonged safety cars and full course yellows and so on has on the race rhythm, and also on the strategies of the teams. I think that's really what sets the two apart. And I wonder if we at some point maybe can simulate a bit more of that. I'll be down for that.
Did you watch
Speaking
the
of safety
Nerd Mode?
cars, did we have any lap 1?
No, we went the first we went first 4.5 minutes without a single stint.
Nice.
Everyone was nose to tail.
That's awesome.
Apart from the first lap, about half the field was side by side for the whole first lap. It was insane. we got over towards the toe / the chute and that, and there was a big gaggle of about 9 cars that were all side by side in a row, like if they were doing formation still. It was very impressive. Get a little pass on that pit exit.
That was P1, so obviously not for position that one, but Herbert in the car now, taking over from Van Vliet.
So Vegemite car, he's had a couple of little offs today, but still doing well up in P14.
And we do have a yellow flag after the bus stop, so somebody there is
20,
probably experiencing sadness.
Is it 27? Is that what I'm saying?
I think so. I guess we are coming up to that area. Maybe we'll see it. Oh no, he's moving.
It's moving now at 27. That is
Not Witchell, is it? P29?
that possibly could be. Just trying to suss it out, although it's hard to because he's not dropped. They don't drop in the order. It's not as obvious.
He won't have dropped anywhere because he's.
Yeah.
We're on board with Wiley, and
Wiley's
Wiley's the
right
one trying to
behind.
catch him. So, if Witchell's done much damage to himself, Wiley in with a chance here. Wiley, one of our rookie drivers, having a crack at the Endurance Series. Looks like he's kept his nose pretty clean today and doing nicely. So that'll be a good result for them when they bring it home. Driving in the Bentley, which is an interesting choice. The only right-hand drive car in the game. I've never, ever driven this car. Maybe I should. Was it strong? Is it strong anywhere? Is it a good car?
Used to be a couple of seasons ago. I'm pretty sure it was really fast at it was really
Small
popular to
Boulder,
drive.
probably.
Pretty much any track where you wanted to hit curbs, I think it ate curbs. If I remember right, like Zolder sort of track. I remember it being popular. I do remember it being popular. Just don't think I ever raced it myself in the actual series.
Bit of a rear wheel, high torque type setup where you got to be careful with your throttle inputs. That's probably why I haven't driven it. I'm not very careful. I like to just stamp on the throttle.
Just hit the
Oh,
brake
that's why you
pedal.
drive the Macca, right?
That is exactly why I drive the Macca. Yeah.
That is a fun car.
That's funny. For me, I just never could actually get to gel with the front engine cars. I don't know. My driving style just doesn't mix with them. It never ends well for any of the involved parties.
Yeah, I think they just feel heavy. They feel heavy and sluggish, and I don't know how to get pace out of them. I love.
Yeah. So
the
if I can't rotate or adjust the trajectory with the throttle, then I'm bored. I mean, yeah.
Yep. I can't agree. I agree with you there. That's for sure.
So JC, what do you think about the Porsche at the moment? Well, we sort of discussed can't drive it.
Can't drive it. I right foot brake, and I think that's what gets me into trouble with the Porsche. Because
Yes.
I believe there's a lot of double input required for the Porsche. Stefan,
Okay.
obviously the professional Porsche driver here, will he'll give me a lesson one day maybe. But yeah, so I right foot brake, so it doesn't work for me, the poor old Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, I think that really would probably limit what you can do with this car, because it involves like a lot of balancing with the pedal input. I mean, a lot of it is not via the steering wheel, but just brake balance to the back, and then you use the pedals to steer the car. And I'm saying this because I main the Porsche. I don't drive anything else basically. So, and I'm still not very good at it, as results show. But it is the car that I love the most, and that is just fun driving. So yeah.
I beg to differ. I think you had a good result in the Porsche Cup just last week, did you not? Finish P2.
Yes, but that was mostly because it started raining towards the end, and I am good in the rain.
So
That's
good in the Porsche in the rain. That's some high quality driving, my friend. I was very, very pleased for you to pick up that P2. Who'd you finish behind? It was Peach. So it's basically P1 because Peach is going to dominate that series. No, it's not Peach because he drives a BMW. Who was it? He won by about.
No,
a year and a half.
it was Ethan Cale. I
That's
think.
exactly who it was. Yeah, he won by a lap or something. He dominated that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was like 30 seconds ahead, and actually P2, me, and everybody else got penalties, so it added to the gap. But yeah, I mean, we were battling, and he was driving off into the sunset, so not much you can do.
Very good. So I'm going to have to hit you up for lessons how to drive this Porsche because I've done a couple of races and I'm not very happy with my pace. I'm qualifying around 20th and in the sprint series, that is, and then racing through a bit further forward. I think I managed to finish 5th once, but 5th or 6th, but just, I don't know, I feel like I'm so slow in a straight line and I definitely don't have the right setup. I looked at a setup online and they're running like 42% brake bias or something and I'm running 50, so it's like
42?
Yeah, I've seen 43.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I mean, the thing is that you want to have the brake balance as far back as humanly possible. I mean, I usually run around in the 40s for dry, and in the wet it's down to the minimum almost. And the car just needs different inputs. It has a different logic to mid-engine or front-engine car, so it really takes a lot of unlearning your habits, I think. So switching back and forth between 2 front-engine layouts or 2 mid-engine layouts is not so much an issue, but then going to the Porsche is really taking a lot of adaptation by the driver.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not something I have the time for, so I won't ever put much time into the Porsche, I don't think. Every time I experiment and say, you know what, I'll give the Porsche a go today, because I feel like I've done, another 300 hours in this game, and here comes the confidence, let's go, the Porsche's dead in the wall again.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You can't just hop into the Porsche for a few laps and expect to be quick. It takes time.
I honestly, when I used someone's setup that was fast, I thought I was just like, I was like, I can't drive this. Like I had to make like a super safe setup, and that's probably why I'm a second and a half, 2 seconds off the pace, because it's just a easy to drive setup that doesn't make it go on edge, and I just can't go fast.
Yeah, I mean, as one of the quickest drivers in OVO, or Filipa Bukida usually said, is like a safe Porsche is not a fast Porsche.
No.
So it's pretty clear.
Yeah.
You're coming back from a pretty long layoff too, though, aren't you? You haven't
Yeah,
raced for
in
a
10
season
months,
or two, so a bit of patience. I'm sure you a couple more laps and a couple more sprint series races, you'll pick it up.
Yeah, I'll give it a crack. I'm enjoying myself. That's the fun thing. I'm definitely enjoying the racing aspect. The fact that once we get going and I can do consistent laps, that's where I shine. But when it comes to getting an ultimate lap out of it, I just can't seem to do that. I get near the limit and then I start having issues.
I just think it's the most interesting bit is actually the side-by-side racing, because there I think it really shines in the corners, right? I mean, on a straight, obviously, you always get eaten. But you can just hang it around the outside in corners that other cars can't, and I think this is where it really starts to get a lot of fun.
This game is just every time I start playing it again, I'm like, oh, this is so much better than the other racing games that I've been trying to play. So it just doesn't have anything annoying about it. It just feels right. If that makes sense.
I can see that.
We're on board with... Oh, Malik's back.
We were on board with Nissan in the Nissan, even though it's not Nissan. Should be. That's a missed opportunity.
Sure is. Let's see. Right. So, John McDonald, actually, only 3 seconds behind the car in front, which I believe would be. Oh, change angles. Jeez. Has he caught that really fast, or is it the car three cars up? I'm not quite sure.
No, I don't actually have a prosthetic leg. I'm just lazy.
He's a truck.
No, I get pretty severe gout sometimes, and because of that, I've learnt to drive. And now it's just a bad habit now, I guess. But yeah, a lot of the times I don't have access to my left foot. So yeah, I just learnt to right foot brake. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that I've been driving manual for, how many years. But my dad taught me to drive manual when I was like 9, 10 years old. So you got to use the left leg for the clutch and you brake with your right foot, and it sort of just came from that. And then, yeah, when I got into sim racing, it was like, well, if I'm going to be injured every third week, I might as well just keep going with what I know. And so, yeah.
Makes sense.
Had it been the first half.
I'm the odd one. I do both.
Oh yeah, same here actually.
A right foot brake, but then when I need a quick brake, a left foot brakes. So,
I mean, actually, the really enjoyable part I think is doing dirt rally, because there I go all out in with a heel toe, all three pedals at the same time, clutch kicking, whatnot. It's quite a fun thing to do, that pedal dance, to actually maneuver the car around.
Was that Dirt Rally 2 you're talking about? Would you right foot brake in Dirt Rally 2, and then obviously, as you said, clutch kick with your left foot?
in the right cars, yeah.
No, basically, I would only use the right foot to brake with the downshift, where you do heel toe. So you press the brake pedal with the top of your right foot, and give it a kick on the accelerator for matching the revs. But otherwise, I would left foot brake actually. So it's quite a pedal dance, shifting back and forth between all three pedals. It's a sweaty workout actually.
Too hard for me. I am but a simple man. I do like to go sideways. I do absolutely love Dirt Rally 2, but I can't heel toe. And yeah, I certainly would right foot. I definitely love the clutch kick and use that to get the revs up and get me around the corner, but that's about as advanced as I get.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I had much more time in the dirt rally than ACC for the longest time, and I had that habit of still clutch kicking my GT3s when I get a bad accident. They don't like that for some reason.
The field's definitely got nice and spread out now. There's only a couple of cars that are close together.
Yeah, I still feel like this race has got plenty of spice left in the last hour and a half. Where obviously, fingers crossed that a bit more weather comes through. That'll definitely spice it up. But as we get on into the evening, people start to get a little bit exhausted. And, I mean, I can hear my family downstairs getting a little bit exhausted and bored, and they're going to start bothering me soon. I don't know whether that's the same in other people's homes, but the drivers might start having some antsy families start to get in the way shortly as well, potentially. So I think, yeah, in the last hour and a half, just keep your eye on the fatigue levels of some of these drivers, especially those two-man teams. Hey, it's Cray asked about the 96 Audi. Weston and Martin, a two-man team. They've done really well today. But yeah, they've got 2.5, 3 hours to go. And I think, yeah, fatigue will play a big part in these last 3 hours.
Here we go. Yet.
This is Chalmers on McDonald.
Chalmers. I was going to say, Chalmers' car, that blue Kovacs car, has been in every battle for the last couple of hours. It's just always been near someone that it's racing within a couple of tenths.
And it's been this 720 car too, I believe. He was battling with Kefford about an hour ago when I jumped on. So Kefford has switched out from McDonald, and it was Neighbour at the time who was having a crack at Kefford. But you're right, this McLaren and this BMW, they've been glued together for at least the last hour I've been watching.
Really, like, the gap stays within a second, but it closes all the way up as we see spots like this. The beamer ends this little tight section right up behind the band, and then it's just different parts of the track. They've got different cars, slightly different driving styles, and you really see it reflect on the track depending on which part of the track they're on. But driving nice and consistently though. Although, as I say that,
So now the Bimmer gets a chance here. The McLaren
Box
doesn't
on.
get hard on the brakes, but it's a very defensive line.
That is like you are not getting past. That
Chalmers is clever enough. He can crisscross him in here, but he doesn't quite get the exit he was after. So McDonald will probably hold on the straight. McLaren a little bit better in a straight line than BMW, but there's a pass coming here, I reckon, at some stage in the next couple of minutes.
Doing the toe thing, surely.
It'll pull him along, but I don't think it gets him past him because the BMW is just too slow.
Oh, he's going hard. That's late on the brakes. That was not comfortable there. Running wide and a lot of curb on the left-hander there, so he's left it about a second. He'll have to pull that back in.
But actually,
He's sitting in the
spoke-
steward's box. Hello, Matt. Sorry, I didn't mean to budge in there, but our best man, Matt Powell, is in chat. We love you, mate. We're just talking about you. We need to send him a pineapple pizza. Shit, I can do that. Give us your address. DM me your address, and I will make that happen.
Send me your address and I'll send you some drinks.
Yeah.
Do it.
Or drugs.
So I'm
Shit, I'm
part
Maybe
of a
not
group.
drugs.
I'm part of a group that started doing this. Called it Domino's years ago, like 10 years ago. Was doing dollar garlic breads. So we started delivery bombing people garlic breads. Someone didn't come to a LAN party once, and so their house address got delivered 150 garlic breads. Because we'll just put in, a few bucks each. So they ended up with
A few bucks
150
each.
Jeez.
Well, it's only $150, and you get them 150 garlic breads.
I don't know who came off worse out of that, because what are you supposed to do with 150 garlic bread?
Exactly.
But
it's
you blokes are down $150 dues, so I think
Yes.
both parties lost out there, really.
It
There's
became
no,
a
there's
pretty
no
epic
winners.
game. Yeah, that's the thing. It was like we have to do it pretty good, and we were drinking and having a good time, so that sort of thing became a thing. And then one time, like the LAN sort of grew from the house LAN to a relatively big LAN. They were hosting 100+ people. So one of the other big LANs in Melbourne was hosting at the same time, so we sent them on their last one 300 garlic breads. So they had 300 garlic breads, and there was about 300 people at their LAN party, so they all got a garlic bread each, and people thought it was from them. As we've got the battle that's kicking off again. It's actually quite a fun prank because people aren't that sad about it, but they're also like, but this is too much. Like,
Domino's just rubbing their hands. Those things cost like 20 cents to make.
yeah.
Absolute profit.
Only when they're dollars though. We only do it when it's the super cheap. But I don't think that's been a thing for a while.
Come on, Pete, get him.
But I mean,
Been
but I mean,
lining
then
him up
it's,
for a
it's a
couple of laps.
much.
You just got to be clever about this. McDonald's defending very well, mind you. He's putting his car in the middle of the track. He's defending the inside line. He's asking the BMW to find a way around the outside. There's no grip. Watkins is a very cambered corner kind of track, so you've got to get in the chute.
Even a couple of black lines there on the exit of that corner.
But we've seen the McLaren go wide there, and last lap he went wide here. So he's just got to set him up in this corner. And then be patient into the first corner. It's not going to be a dive down the inside of the turn one that gets it done. He just needs to get the exit out of turn one. And hopefully get it done in the S's.
Oh, he's wrong.
He has set him up. He has got a good exit. I would have thought around the outside there. But he's going to have a crack down the inside. There is room enough for two cars. It looks like he's got it done. But now he's got to consolidate down the straight. The McLaren will come back. It's got the pace. It's got the legs on the BMW. We're going to see him go too wide into the bus stop again, but this time the BMW with the advantage, you would think. With some tight line driving. Nice work. Chalmers gets it done. So that's been coming and well executed. Nice work, Chalmers.
Yeah, just really getting too far ahead there on the way up the straight. Just getting enough ahead. You can't really fight it once you're back at that back quarter of the car. There's just not much you can do from there. Good racing.
Yeah, great stuff. But it's definitely a two-man pass in the S's, so a little respect shown there.
Another one on.
Oh, my lord.
Here we go. Oh, that's a big late break. And makes us sick.
Done.
Wow.
Hello.
That was on the limit. That is absolutely as far as you can go without
The
losing control. It's nice.
Octane Online Racing Director of Stewarding showing you how it's done in the Stop Go 30 entry. That is a move.
I mean, also considering that a racing director, a stewards director would actually take a higher risk doing a move like that, because if he screws it up, then
Bam.
yeah, people will not forget that.
I think that's Jesse McLean there as well. Now moving up on Raphael Chua here. So Chua, oh, I tell you what, he's got the run on Alex, who obviously had to give way to the Kovacs purple entry, blue flag to that car, obviously. So Alex dropped back a little bit and invited Raphael to have a little look around the outside, but it didn't occur. But yeah, now Jesse McLean has joined in here, and
He's a lap down though.
is he?
Yep.
Okay. Not for
Wasn't just
position.
let him through if these guys are trying to defend against him.
Raphael has just picked up a drive through, so he was a lap down, but now
Never
you would
mind.
think this becomes for position. Obviously not on this lap, but I mean, Jesse just has to be patient really now. He doesn't actually have to even go for a dive. Not sure what the pit delta, but it's only a very tiny little pit lane here in Watkins Glen, so probably not an entire lap's worth of damage for the drive-through.
Surely that's it's probably 40 seconds. You reckon? No drive through 10.
I was going to say drive-through, hardly even that. Yeah, it's only a tiny little bit, I think.
Yeah, that's you're right.
But with 2.5 hours to go, it just invites McLean back into the discussions for P24.
Oh, that's right. Get it turned. Yes, does. Again, this time of the race, if you get offline, it's very slippery out there, dusty and dirty with all the marbles. So we've got a few drive-throughs getting handed out now.
These might actually be for track limits at this stage. I mean, I'm not sure if these were for collisions or whether it's the time of the day where people actually have still accumulated those track limits over time and time and time in different stints.
We did
Yeah, I
have,
know we're sitting on a few warnings, so I'm sure everyone is at this stage.
I think
The
APAS was involved with that crash earlier on. You remember the crash with the back marker?
D-Mac's going to have a go at Chalmers here, maybe into the bus stop. No, thinks better of it.
These guys are still going at it. They can't decide who's faster. It's one of those tracks where the tow is really worth about half a second a lap. So if you're similar lap times, you never really break away. It's definitely, there's such long acceleration parts, and you're seeing it more and more towards with cars that are just stuck together. You can't separate them, even when they make mistakes, or as we say that, gets a little crossed up under brakes.
Fatigue starting to creep in. Here it comes. Drive-throughs, mistakes. It's going to get spicy in the next hour and a half. Don't look away.
Yeah, so actually to confirm what I said earlier, the last drive-through given by the stewards was almost an hour ago. So these are for track limits, it seems.
Okay.
I'm glad it's quieting down for our poor old stewards. It must have been bloody rough in there for a while. There was penalties coming out left, right and centre.
I mean, I don't know, I've been in and out of the stewarding box for the whole of the race now, and apparently every time I'm in the commentating box, it picks off, and all kind of crazy things happen, but when I'm back in, then it seems quiet, so I don't know. I don't know what they're doing wrong. But it surely has nothing to do with me.
Pitching it have to be close to a pit stop is...
Good call.
Did he miss the line then?
Pretty much.
It wasn't an ideal entry.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the regulation for this is that as long as there's no other car near you, you're actually allowed to do it. But as soon as another car is in the vicinity,
I mean, like the
stewards will
entry
actually
line.
look at it.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean for okay? Well, we will see once he leaves the pits if he picks up a penalty for that.
Full cloud cover. The sun is disappearing.
It
We
is,
see
is it?
some
Yeah.
rain towards the end.
Yeah, it's been disappeared for about 10 or 15 minutes now. Pretty much as soon as you left it, the clouds went away because you're our sunshine, Malik.
Thanks, mate. I'll send you some money.
Wait, can I have some too, please? Just asking. I mean, maybe it works.
You gotta call him your sunshine. Oh, that was close. Oh
That's
no,
close
don't
up.
turn. Why did he squeeze him? I guess he wanted to sort of scare him out of the corner. That's all I can really say there. The battle continues for another day. Both cars continue. The Vegemite entry has been in a bit of the breakfast crew has been in a bit of the wars today. Quite a few offs, but they're still traveling around. 14th position, trying to get.
Guess what I found?
What's that? Another
Ollie,
loop
Ollie
loop.
Daniel, if you're out there, look away now.
Oh, did he spin?
959
he's-
spun again, though.
Again. Oh, same corner.
The same
Oh,
bloody.
no.
It's kryptonite.
Look, curb. Oh, just hops. They've got too much. What's the
That was
bump
well
stop? Too
controlled.
much bump stop. Too much bump stop. Doesn't like hitting that bump.
Doesn't at all.
Yeah. The other Ferrari in the 28, the 28 Ferrari, that is just so looks so smooth through there. So it's it can be tuned into the car, I think.
Is there any cars missing today, or have we got a full assortment in terms of make and sorry,
The
construction?
Porsche isn't in.
Porsche's not here.
There's no Porsche.
Not a Porsche. That's why I keep asking questions about it because I'm like, is it that bad that no one wants to run it?
It
No,
made me
actually, I mean,
curious.
I would totally be down to run it, but I kind of have a hard time of finding people who think the same.
Well, I see, Malik, why didn't you tell? All right, Stefan. Next run, we're doing it. All right, you and me, even if it's just us two.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm already in a team, but we can't race this one because one of our teammates is traveling.
Okay.
And we kind of found a compromise, which was the Audi. So, yeah.
All right.
So great for sprint racing, maybe not for 10
Same.
hours.
Same manufacturer.
But I mean, the
Yeah.
same could probably be said for the Audi and the Honda has a reputation. There's a few cars that aren't necessarily super safe. So
True, but I mean, the new Audi is actually astonishingly safe. I mean, the old one was, I kind of liked it because it killed me at random times, like the Audi things, the very famous ones. But
Yeah.
the new one is astonishingly stable, and you can actually stomp on that throttle. I don't know what they changed, but it feels much safer now. So also a bit less fun, but much more drivable for long stints and enduros where you just make less mistakes because it's a bit more forgiving on the inputs. But I mean, yeah, by now I guess you have figured out that I do like cars that are difficult to drive and that kill me at random times. So yeah, it's kind of my thing.
but as you said, can't find anyone who shares that love.
Well, in the past, yes. I mean, we have been running the Porsche in the last Endurance Series, and it was actually pretty good. It's just, yeah, I mean, as soon as you need bigger teams, and then you need more people who share that, and then it's, well, many people just say, well, let's have something which is a bit easier to drive over the long time, and then we're just feeling safer. But yeah.
Interesting. Any particular reason you said you weren't running this one? Just because you had someone traveling. Is that why?
Yeah, exactly. We were one person down, so couldn't find a replacement for that, and we said, well, we sit this one out and try for the next one.
We get a little sneaky peek of what the next track vote will be in terms of
Brands
what
Hatch,
cars.
Zandvoort.
So that's a no
Simmons
then.
Plains.
So that's a no then.
Did you say Simmons
I would-
Plains?
He's being facetious.
I mean, honestly, I would love
As soon
Brands
as he
Hatch,
said
and
the
I
word
would love
brands, I was like, this is a
Sandboard.
meme.
Basically, what you've seen already, you'll see the 2 new USA tracks on there. But the other
And
2
Paul
you have
Ricard.
to turn in tomorrow.
I think it would be
F1
interesting to see whether people actually would vote for something like Kota because it's new, or whether people say like, oh no, I don't want to do 15 drive-throughs.
Where do you get the drive-throughs through at Kota?
This is
First, second.
Everywhere.
on the way to the track, at the track, leaving the track.
I
literally.
guess. So do they not have? Do they have the white line as the limit or the curb as the limit?
It is white.
White line.
White line, right? Okay, yeah. So,
So
this
look,
is what's
it's-
good
it's-
about this track.
It's pretty nasty in qualifying. Like, it will invalidate your lap in qualifying, or if you're doing like hot laps and stuff, you will do 3 valid laps and 30 invalid laps, and that's pretty frustrating. But I've done a fair bit of racing there, and it's actually a bit more generous in terms of it's not going to be as easy to pick up a drive-through as everyone thinks it is, because you get a lot of warnings with no time gained type stuff.
I
So
found
it's
out
no
the
way
best,
near.
the best fix for Coda for that is just stay in the white lines.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't
Oh,
extend.
well, thank you.
Exactly.
I'm like,
Yeah.
there you go, done, fixed. Next problem.
Yeah,
But
but,
it is-
actually, I do remember when Kota just came out, there was a German racing community who did a 24-hour race on it. And I think they had like something like 170 drive-throughs accumulated over a 24-hour race. So that's massive.
What?
Sorry, what?
So they had more people driving down pit lane than they did down the main straight. Is what you're saying?
I mean, it was a grid of around 30, I think, and they all of them together had around 170-ish drive-throughs. So imagine that times 3 for track limits. So that's a lot of warnings, and on top of that, you add all the no time gained. So yeah, you see, it's people try to stay within the white lines, I guess, but it seems not that easy on Kota.
This brings up a good one. I think he's lobbed it in with Snedden, so I think he's joking. But Donington's actually a really fun endurance track, and I'd like to go back there at some point.
I agree.
geez.
Yeah, I think it's good. Go on, chat. What would you like to see other than the 2 USA tracks?
Well, hang on 2 secs, Ted, because this is Pan going down the inside of Partington for position, and he's got that one done.
Started to
So
the C's.
Bob's your uncle, nice and easy. Up into P20 he goes. Up
Is
to
Bob
P19.
your actual uncle?
He's definitely not. No. No.
But Fanny's
I don't-
definitely your aunt.
I don't have a Bob the uncle. Look, if Fatty's
Is
my
anyone?
aunt,
Yeah.
Brands Hatch, bring it, says Megan D. She woke up and chose violence today.
I don't think you get a lot of votes for that one. But in saying that, I wouldn't have thought you got a lot of votes for Zolder either. It's the same sort of track, tight, there's nowhere to pass, and it got up.
Zolder's goat.
So anything could happen. I think it's a fun track, but
Banked Zandvoort, the new version, would be pretty
Right.
sweet, but because we've got the old version on this game, get in the
What do you
bin.
mean? What do you mean by banked?
Zandvoort's had like millions of dollars of work done for the F1.
Okay.
It's got the last corner's more banked. Section 1's a little bit better, and I think the back end of Sector 2, the banking's smoother as well.
Okay.
a lot of pitting happening at the moment. Weatherburn, Rad, McDonald and Vaughan all in the pits at the moment. I believe there was a fifth car in there as well. I can't work out who that was that's just left, but a lot of driver changes occurring at the moment, so we'll see the order shaken up a little bit and potentially some cars joining battle as they come out of the pits. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. What a race! Go!
That's fine.
Vegemite.
Just thinking strategy-wise now, where does that leave them? So if they can do 70-minute stints, that's going to leave them short by 20 minutes. So they're probably going to try and do three 50-minute stints then.
I don't know how many cars are doing 70-minute stints though. The tyres get so cooked so quickly. I know the Audis and the Hondas by experience, we're doing 45, 50-minute stints, and the tyres just go off. So we're just not doing it. So I don't know what the other cars are like. The McLaren and the Aston, they're usually a bit better on their tyres, but I know for sure we're only putting 80 litres in, and that's what we're doing.
Wow.
Well, it'd be
I mean,
more
it's
than
also a
3
bit of a
stints.
question.
It'd be more than
Sorry.
3 stints because the wet's coming.
Hmm.
We're gonna have 2 showers. We're gonna have 5 stints.
I looked. You had me. I went and looked.
That's too bad. I mean, wishful thinking. Maybe we can actually.
The temperature is dropping.
kinda-
The temperature has dropped a little bit, and the breeze has picked up a tad too.
That's because the sun's disappeared off the face of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Let's have a look. That my mouse just said no. Eat a bag of watermelon.
Actually, does anybody else notice that the track map now has that kind of grayish underlay with one of the latest updates? It's something that has not always been there, I think, and once you see it, you can't unsee it, and I find it really unsettling.
Oh, it has a circle around it. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, no,
It's
it
got
has.
like a transparent background. I can sort
It's
of
got a
see.
transparent circle underneath.
Yeah,
it.
exactly. You mainly see it when looking towards the sky or anything bright.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, that circle.
Ah, wow. No, I've never seen that.
Yeah,
The thing
it's
is now you
it's a
can't
GTA
unsee
thing.
it.
Yeah, it's like a GTA sort of circle map or whatever.
What's that all about? This makes it easier to see. Yeah.
Yeah. Just think
Hey, I asked this during the Sprint Series race, and I don't know if we got it answered. Mel, you probably, maybe. Have you found the...
Love.
You know, there's like Easter eggs at some tracks. You know, there's like a tombstone in Imola or some shit like that, and there's a guy with a
Tombstone.
Isn't it a tombstone in Imola, or what is it?
Memorial.
Yeah, memorial, whatever. It's same shit, different
He
spell.
wasn't fucking buried there.
And there's the guy pointing he's taking a photo in the mirror.
Yeah,
at,
that's Marco. Is it Marco? At
I
Zolder?
don't know, the creator of something.
I haven't
something,
seen one in
blah, blah,
here, but I also haven't looked though.
blah. Right. Has anyone looked? Anyone in chat? Have we found the Easter eggs at Watkins Glen? If indeed they exist, is there anything going on here? Maybe someone can go do a quick Google search and like stuff it, just cheat and go find out where it is, and then we can go find it, have a look, see what it is.
There it is on the bonnet of this car.
That's an amazing livery. You can show me that all day. They're all good. The red one's got Elmo on it.
Yeah.
The blue one's got Cookie Monster on it. They're all good.
Okay, so I cheated and tried to Google Easter eggs at Watkins Glen, and what I found is that the Watkins Glen Public Library is announcing an Easter egg hunt.
There are heaps of tunnels at Watkins. Tunnels for people,
For the
We
rabbits.
did
tunnels for
notice that.
water.
Just to keep the rabbits out.
It was just filled with dirt, the one you checked before, Mike.
Oh yeah, just
Had a
wasted
tunnel.
tunnel.
It had a tunnel under the track, but there was nothing in it. Like, it was just all grass still. Alright. No cars really too close to each other, other than lapping cars.
It's definitely settled down. 2.5 hours left. 36 cars remain. So we've lost 7, I think. 7 or 6 for the start.
R45 still a full lap in front of 315, or is 315 back on the lead lap now? Looks like they're still a lap up. So still in a rear-ending position is the car 45 Honda.
Yeah, 1 lap in 10 seconds, so they've got a pit stop out extra to serve so far.
I must be looking after their tyres better. That's all I can think of. Like, they're just so pacey and just having to stop less. They've been out of sync the whole race with everyone. It didn't take them long.
Yeah, super consistent performance, because obviously Lamb had issues. Well, I say Lamb. 315 had issues in the rain. The Senecas and Johnson entries, the 191, they've come back through the field. Martin was up in P2, and so I think they've just had a super consistent race. Bit of a, is this going to be a drift?
Oh, he had it.
Oh,
Oh,
Is there a worse part to hit than that spot right there? On that corner?
right on the corner. Yeah.
Ouch. Little buff out. Found a battle.
right. Taylor. Stop there, 30. Entry. They've actually been doing really well. They've been just creeping up. Creeping up.
Who's that? The stop go 30 or Taylor and the McLaren?
Both, I think. The stop go 30.
Yeah, probably both. Because I don't think the stop go boys started in the top 20, so they've come from
30th.
a while back. Yeah, nice. That's a great result for them. This is on though here. They're in trouble here. A little bit of shoddy old exit there from Alex as invited Christopher up behind. That is a very good looking rear wing, whoever's put that together. That looks great.
No bias there.
No bias there at all. Christopher looking really threatening up here. He's going to show his nose. It's a brave person who sends it up the inside. There is contact there. Tell you what, Alex has done really well until it just got all crossed up and unfortunately didn't work out.
He keeps it out of the barrier though, which is actually quite a feat, given how that car was tank slapping him left and right.
So those two started side by side on the grid, 29 and 30. And here they are, 8 hours later, 8.5 hours later, racing side by side.
Fantastic. Nearly saved it. That was tricky. Just overcorrected.
Yeah, still can't believe we've seen successful passes through there. I've seen only a few, but you said that there's been plenty of them today.
Oh,
and I just
some of the
just
best
can't
passes I've
believe.
seen.
Yeah, it's been really, really good.
Definitely a two-person overtake through there.
Probably helps that it's an endurance race. No one's like crazy over defending, but man, here we go. We're gonna get another angle. Just little kiss, and then just the curb unsettles him. Actually, it's all on the curb where the car got uncontrolled.
Yeah, so again, I'll never pretend to be a steward. It's a bloody tough job, and there's obviously a lot of eyes who are going to have a look at that. But to me, my first instinct there is Alex probably turned in. They were alongside on the straight, and then Alex maybe turned in before they got to the apex. But again, I might be wrong.
That looks pretty
More
racing to
angles
me.
More angles, more eyes. They will make the right decision there, I'm sure. Now,
Yeah, I think in this situation, you would have to look at the steering inputs because I mean you can't see that from the replay alone without the HUD. I mean, you would look at how he actually turns his steering wheel and so on. And yeah, I mean you have to look at it from different angles because in the end you can oftentimes look at an incident and think, oh, it's clear, but actually something else happened. So this is why, especially in the endurance races where you don't have the time pressures, the steward actually take quite a lot of time looking at details, different angles, discuss, and then come to a conclusion.
A lot of people with their nice safe setups with a lot of understeer, but man, that was just running wider and wider and wider. Still on the gas there. That Audi. Looks like P10's not too far. Yeah.
So this is the battle for the Pro-Am. 1.6
yeah.
seconds separates it.
And JC says he doesn't like this livery, by the way.
I didn't
Jason's
see.
wrong.
I did not say that I don't like it. I just couldn't believe it is your favourite.
Well, it was the only one that popped in my mind. Like, as in,
It does that. It pops. It does pop. I'll grant that.
That was. I'm not very arty though, so it's probably not best to ask someone like myself. What's
neither
my
am I.
favorite anyway? It's just like, well, that one stands out, and it's kind of cool. It's. Would I have my car like that? Probably not. But it just, you know, I keep staring at it, so I guess it's pretty good. It is dirty though. It is covered in dirt right now.
I mean, every car on the track would be by now, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But that's a good point. Like, which ones can pull it off? Like, this one obviously looks a little bit... Yeah, it's not pulling off the dirt. The dirt detracts from the image.
It would have been a showroom car.
I wonder if there's any liveries out there that are running the dirt nicely and that are...
It's got water on the railing.
Yeah, look, it's not horrible.
If dirt pulls off, it makes the livery look better. I think you've got a bad livery to start with.
But if you've got a bad livery to start with and a livery that looks good for the last 8 hours, then you're probably doing it right, I would suggest.
Nah, it's all about how you rock up to the race.
This is a pretty tidy entry from JMX Shadow. I like that combination of teal and black. That's a good setup there.
Yeah, it's nice and simple.
Even though the best livery can't make that car look good. So.
Yeah, there you go.
Shots fired.
Oh, we can't hear from that.
This is his favourite cam. Nah, this is set. This is okay. It's when it tilts around and does weird head movements that makes him sick. He doesn't like it too.
Oh, actually, JC, if you're racing VR, don't use the helmet cam because it will really, really make you want to vomit very quickly.
What should you use? What do you suggest? Or is it just like a dash cam sort of setup?
No, the normal head position feels the most natural. But the helmet cam, if you step on the brake, your helmet cam points forward, and you don't have the G-force to go with that. So it really screws up your perception of what your body is doing. So yeah.
Late arm brakes there.
And they keep it nicely out of trouble. The Ferrari still has the rain light on though, and I don't know why, but that blinking rain light on the Ferrari just keeps irritating me for hours and hours.
I find it therapeutic.
Yeah. It's just counting down the seconds. So
It's the car's version of a rain dance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be the case.
Because they were leading the race when it was raining for their for the Pro-Am.
Yep.
So they would love the rain to come back out again.
Still a chance.
The temperature is going down slightly, but only by the tiniest margins, and the wind is not picking up that much, so I'm not so sure if we're actually going to see more rain later in the race.
Not with that attitude.
That's what I was going to say. We might have to do another...
Yeah, I'm sorry.
point.
Car 82's in the pits. Is that the leader for the Pro-Am? I think it is. Right. They're the leading car.
Mr. Spandex says, never in my life have I ever heard someone refer to Baby Shark as a tune. Who referred to it as a tune, and how long ago was that?
That'd be me, but that was like an hour ago now.
Mr. Spandex is just catching up.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Spandex. It ain't a tune.
Oh,
It is a tune. It's a banger. Speaking of bangers, Alex just
Pass.
banged into the wall there at the last corner. That's not ideal for the Ferrari.
That's scraping the Macca's drive-through for the $1.50 Macca's special, and runs wide at turn 1. My local Macca's redid their drive-through, and they had like 6 people wreck their cars in the first week or something.
Wow.
People are just bad at driving. There was like complaints about it. They're like, it's wider. How did you crash? It's actually wider. But what they did is they didn't have rounded curbs; they had squared curbs instead. So people just munted their rims on them.
Hello, Benji. Benji Trans in chat. saying that he and his team in the car 74 have come from P34 and they're up 16 spots. Where does that land them? Car 74 up there in P18 at the moment. That's a very good effort, especially if that's the case. They've had more than 90 seconds of total repairs so far, so that's a very tidy effort. Nice work. Best of luck for the last 2 hours. We'll see if you can pitch a few more.
Is that P4 in class or P3?
It'll be P4, I reckon. The 3 Pro-Am drivers are 9, 10 and 11, I think, at the moment. Although P11, P3 and Pro-Am currently in the pits. There's probably a few laps between 11 and 18, though, I would suggest.
How many seconds behind the pits? The Flowers dropped a long way back. They were in the lead of Am at 1.2, all the way up in roughly, was it P16 or 17, somewhere about there?
Yeah.
And it's really come undone for them in the later half of the race.
This livery is hideous and it gets away with it. This is a terrible combination of colours, but because it's Race Ventura, they get away with it and I love it.
it's the thing is, it's
You
on the
said,
side.
you
It
said
looks
that this
like
is a terrible. You said this is a terrible combination of colors. You just
The
insulted
rims
the
are
whole of,
freaking
of
hideous.
You
Brazil.
realise
The
how
rims are
racist they
hideous.
now?
I'm sorry, but those rims, those are bad.
It's the Brazilian flag, so it's Brazilian
They
colours.
get away with it because I love Jim Carrey and I love that movie and Brazilian girls are hot.
I have a question.
Okay, it doesn't get better. Maybe we just talk about something else.
I'm in trouble now. Question.
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 What's the connection between Brazil and Ace Ventura?
Wasn't the movie set in Brazil? Like, wasn't...
Pet
Was it-
Detective was set in Miami.
No,
Oh. Well, I don't friggin' know then.
no.
I'm
no,
I'm
you mean
curious. I'm
Miami
curious.
Vice.
Me too now.
Legit, if
I'm
you're in
s-
Race
I swear-
Ventura, explain.
I swear they're in a jungle at some point. I haven't seen that movie in ages. I love Jim Carrey, but I haven't seen that movie in ages. But I swear they're in a jungle at some point.
I swear
So-
it's in Africa.
Well, then I don't know. I don't know the answer.
And
I don't know.
I'm not going to sleep without
I
knowing.
swear it's actually a studio shot in somewhere in Hollywood. It's not in Africa nor in Brazil nor anywhere.
No, it was definitely in Africa with real animals. He definitely
But that
came
is
out the
spot
back
on.
of one.
We need to get David and his boys to answer how that has come to fruition. Why? What connection does Race Ventura have with Brazil? That's a good. Yeah, I'm the same as you. I'm not going to be able to sleep unless I know the answer to that. In the Discord, please.
G'day, Eric.
Scotty! Love you, mate. How's your race going? We're in the
You've jumped up
Disciples
a
of Speed
position, by the
entry.
way.
I don't know, really. I can't see them.
JC, your boys have jumped up a position.
Are we?
Yep.
Let's
They're up
go.
to 11 now.
We're on for
Yep.
that P10, Mal.
You've got that Farmers Union livery all over this car already.
No,
Look
mate,
at it.
there's plenty of
Wash that
time
shit
left.
off.
How far up is Denoldi? I passed Denoldi on track, so they can't be that far in front. They'd have to be on the same lap. We are on. Race done. Disconnect. No, that's not. Yep. Unlucky, mate. Well, we're glad to have you here in chat. Welcome aboard. Hang around with us for the next 2 hours. This is going to get spicy. And we love your stream, by the way. If you haven't gone and checked out Scarny's stream, go and check him out on
We've
YouTube.
had
He's
a
got more
spin-off.
subscribers than we do.
747, was it?
And he also makes very nice track walkthroughs. They are very recommended. You can learn a thing 1 or 2.
Wait, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, not so much about the second thing about learning something, but he does track walkthroughs and they're entertaining.
Okay, I'll have to go and check those out. There is no connection between Brazil and Race Ventura. They are just two things that Jason Gowers likes. And he's obviously the man who does the livery. He's got the creative freedom to do whatever the friggin' hell he wants, so that's what he did.
All right.
There you go.
So, can you drop back to number 500 so I can see where they are on the track? So he's going down the.
Maddie's saying we're about 3/4 of a lap behind, so it is on. We are on the same lap. Gibbo is a super fast Bowie, and there's probably a few more pit stops to go. Obviously, a few more drivers to change over and whatnot. So it's on.
You're only the length of the carousel and the chute ahead.
Yeah, it's about lapped. Your age is back.
It's a long, like 2 hours. That's a lot of. That's a lot of pace.
You're doomed. Farmers Union, here we come.
They haven't pitted.
They haven't pitted.
Are you sure? Because their stint says 6 minutes.
They haven't pitted.
Clearly says 6 minutes. You're in trouble.
What does it say?
Mr. Gibbons, get the
There's
boosters
still
on.
2.5 hours to go. Gibbo only just got in the car. When they pit, we look, it's fine. We'll be fine.
Let's jump on Gibbo. What's Gibbo's at?
Nah, he'd be about halfway through his current stint, I reckon. I've got him.
He's actually 23 seconds ahead. The 174 must have had a bit of a mistake there. Or gone into bits themselves.
21 minutes in.
21 minutes, there we go. Oh, does that leave you with only 2 stops? You know what's going to annoy you?
Oh, you're going to be so tight to get that pit in.
But they said they're not doing the full. They're only doing 80 litres of fuel and doing 50 to 45 minutes.
Because you can't quite make it to that 1 hour 10.
I think it's too slow, is what JC was saying. So
Yep.
Yeah, after a certain amount of time, the tyres just go off. They're just bad. We're losing like
Goes
7
off
tenths.
like Dare Ice Coffee.
Not even worth it. Stuffed. The superior iced coffee.
yeah, but it goes off. Every iced coffee goes off. If it's not superior, if it doesn't go off.
Yeah, but you don't have a fridge, it'll probably go off.
Spot on, Diabols. There's going to be rain with 45 minutes to go. We're going to put Gibbo back in the car, who's
And
an
then you're gonna
absolute
DNF.
freak. He's a freak in the wet, and he's going to carry me all the way to this win. I still don't know what we're going to get out
To
of
the
Mulford's
win, that's exaggerated. You've gone from P2, now you're going to win the race.
No. I don't give a stuff about anything other than winning this bet. That's the win.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
Still on 2 McLarens. Nice and close. Going to get a bit of suction up the back straight. This is going to turn into an attempt, an overtake, I think. Or is it? No, he's just lifting. Little lifts.
Backed off.
Yeah.
Alex, Mull and I both agree that Boss Ice Latte is actually pretty good, so that's fine.
Firm handshakes on that one.
Do you guys drink bubble tea stuff?
I do, but I don't admit it. I don't admit it live on stream, but I do drink it a lot. Taro with black pearls.
Well, that
Nah,
worked out.
yuck, don't drink that.
There's the canned ones that's been popping up in my
I
supermarket.
don't think I could do that, though.
It's actually not that bad.
Really?
Yeah, I had to try it just because it's only $5 too, and what you pay like sometimes near $10 for an iced tea. Here we go. Oh, we're gonna go side by side. Nope.
There's no
Back
grip
in
on the outside of that corner.
No.
And this is definitely not an overtaking corner, so it won't be here.
Yeah, but I think what he's doing and doing well is just to remind McDonald in front that he is there, and as soon as he makes a tiny mistake, he will be there to take him on the side, either left or right, and maybe over time that actually might coax McDonald into a mistake.
And he's just checking him out. He's just been following him around for a lap or two now, just investigating his strengths and weaknesses where he may be a little bit slower, setting up a move. We've seen that a couple of times already. Drivers doing very well to be patient. Just checking out which particular corner they can get an exit off. Switch Armor's got one done before in turn 1. This is McLaren on McLaren battle though, so the same strengths, same weaknesses. It does really come down to the drivers themselves.
It's that toe. It's not gonna be enough. That is definitely looking a lot more racy though. Look all over the back through this fast section. How many of the cars do you think are running the same or similar setups? Oh, that's a big moment. That's a big slide.
That is as drifty as it gets. That's actually a really good save. and I'm surprised Taylor doesn't get further up alongside. Maybe came off the throttle fearing that McDonald was going to lose it altogether. So doing the right thing and just backing off so as to not cause a collision. But McDonald gathered it all up and kept it going straight. That was a great save.
Yeah, I'm sure the tyres are screaming after that one. Big, probably 30 metres of sideways action. Oh, another little wiggle on the exit there. They're pushing hard, obviously. Taylor, McDonald really wanting to stay ahead of Taylor. It's a good little battle, just watching these drivers push their cars to the limit. Big defensive moves. I mean, McDonald showing he really doesn't like letting people pass, whether it's for position.
Yeah, I'm actually just waiting until he hits that wall on the right side of the start-finish line, because he likes to do that to really send the message, no, you won't pass here.
It's a good exit out of turn one from Taylor. McDonald had to compromise his own line to defend. Taylor got a good run, got the slipstream the whole way up.
They're not going to get there again. Wow.
But again, a very
bit of
shallow
a
entry from McDonald. Costs him a bit of time. But again, Taylor just gets caught up behind the recovering McDonald. Can't find a way through.
He's got that car set very, very low. That wheel is really large. We're going to see another, seeing another slide again. It's just getting taily on these tyres. They're pushing to the limit. I'd say we've probably got some slightly overheating tyres on that McLaren. Oh no, this is not the best line, because I thought he was going to try and swap it down, but potentially the car behind might stick the nose up there.
I think that's McLean in the car behind, and they're a lap or two behind, so I don't think he'll be trying too hard. I say McLean, it's the Kovacs red entry, it might be William Scott in the car at the moment. But yeah, try as he might, Taylor just can't find a way through. McDonald is putting the car in some good places. He is making it 720 metres wide. Yeah.
Actually, I started wondering about this from a strategic point of view. I mean, there's still more than 2 hours left in the race, so is this actually the moment where you should start to fight for positions and to defend? Because I do think that it costs both of them some lap time. So I wonder whether they consciously took the decision to say we're in far enough to actually start fighting for positions.
Another run. He just keeps timing the run at the wrong point, where he has to sort of half almost back out of it. This is the most alongside we've seen in the last couple of laps, but it's still not enough. Just giving up that position. That draft is worth so much. Gee,
Tom gets very slidey up here. What happened 3 laps in a row?
It's just running wide.
Yeah, he's not liking that corner.
He's missed that apex by a country mile.
He's going to send it back up inside, or is it going to be done? He's going to send it. Oh, good avoiding.
What battle.
Really great avoiding. Got a better run, and this is going to be it, surely. No?
No grip on the outside of this corner, so Taylor's in trouble here. He has got a bit of an advantage, but it's all on the inside car here. Unless he goes around like that.
They're not happy with that car. Taylor is really, really struggling with that. Oh, sorry, not.
No, it's McDonald struggling. Taylor's done well. He's made the move. Finally, stick.
Let's see if he just tries his way. It looks like he is. Oh, no, he's running wide. He's already out there. Missed that apex anyway.
I can also imagine that McDonald's rear tires are probably screaming right now from all this drifting into the chute, so maybe they might also experience that the tires just drop off and don't give you the grip in lap time anymore.
Do you see the dash? Do we get the data?
In terms of tire temperature and stuff? No.
The pressures you can actually see, but not the temperatures.
Okay. Give it a go.
I want to disagree with that too.
Can you go into
Pressures
the
and fuel, I think, is not available. information to other drivers, so it's not available in that.
Oh.
Although this is broadcast, it might be different. I don't think so though.
What's that?
Oh, you mean okay? Yeah,
Go
it's
into
possible.
the cockpit view.
If you head dash cam now, we can
Yeah,
can't see
Oh
it.
yeah, it's 000. You're right.
Guess that would be an advantage, wouldn't it? Big
Yeah.
advantage.
Yeah. At the risk of jinxing it, it's been over an hour since the stewards have given out a penalty. At the risk of jinxing it, that is a
Who said
genuine
that?
attempt to jinx it.
Oh,
Matt
wait,
Powell's
can
in
you
the
hear
chat.
that? No.
Mate,
Can you
you're
hear that?
brave.
Our race director for the evening, for the
That's like
afternoon
working
and
as a
evening.
nurse in a hospital and saying, "Geez, it's quiet. You know what's going to happen next?
Code Brown.
Yeah, I mean,
Lot of
I think
Bus crash or a
I
think
at the moment,
outbreak
at
of
the moment
something."
I can hear the steward's office screaming insults at JC
Yes.
right now.
Hey, it was Matt. I can just read and chat. You can put that on me.
So what? I really like that. I like that livery, and I love that logo.
It is nice. Yeah, they've done well.
No, I made that.
Oh, did you? Well, that'd be why.
That's why I'm talking it up.
It is a good one. I'll tell you what, we have missed the trick not putting the names on the cars. That's a good little effect, that. The driver names on the cars, which obviously you see on the V8 supercars and the other series around the world. That'll be on my next livery, Farmers Union or not.
What do you reckon this livery's like, JC? Oh, never
Well,
mind. It's
looks
very
pretty good
slippy.
sideways.
It's very slippy.
I'll tell you what, he's in P9, so that just invites Gibbo another couple of seconds. That's what you want to see. Oh, really looking forward to pondering what we want from you if we get this top 10.
Well,
Tell you what,
I don't know.
without actually consulting Gibbo and Yoda, I'll tell you what I want if we finish in the top 10. I want Paul Ricard put into the next track vote.
Oh, I don't know if I can do it.
I was going to say, you could
Something
just make
that
him-
it affects me.
Here you go.
It's
he
still
has
going
to
to
have
get
a
voted
bath.
for.
He has to have a bath that's filled with Dare Ice coffee.
A bath. I'd do
That
that,
sounds horrible.
if you buy the dares, I will sit in it.
That sounds terrible.
Go on. I don't know how many dares to fill up my bath. How many litres is a general bath?
I'm not in for that.
Okay.
Oh,
That
yes, you
sounds
are.
terrible.
You can come and dry me with your towel.
Yes to Paul Ricard. Spot on, Megan. And
forgot how
Matt Powell
much-
will say
Okay.
yes as well. There's plenty of people who will get around Paul Ricard. Let's do it. We haven't been there in
That doesn't
ages.
affect me. Oh, you can do something to me.
All right, I'll come up with something else then.
But actually,
And it-
while you
and
two
it-
sort it out, we are at the end of some commentating stints. I'm gonna hop out, and we have new people joining the box.
Jump on
So,
in. Thank
hello.
you very much, Stefan, for your help today. You've been MVP.
Love you, Stefan. Bye. He's got the best voice. Honest to God, I want him to read some books to me. I'm gonna go to. Well, actually, don't want to go. but I
Picture
gotta.
books or what? What is he reading?
No, not picture books. Novels. Flat out novels.
50
That
Shades
man's
of
got
Grey.
a
That
voice.
man can read 50 Shades of Grey to me anytime he wants.
Damn straight. Love you, chat. I gotta go to.
I really wish I would have left the chat a little bit early, but now I hurry. Okay. Bye, guys.
No worries, JC. Thanks for joining us as well, mate.
Much love, guys. Talk soon.
See you, buddy.
Good luck.
Welcoming to the booth, I think we've got Alex Bow and Frank Frankfurt and Mike Crick's there as well.
Hello, hello, hello.
How are you, Alex?
I am doing wonderful on this Saturday night, enjoying a very nice endurance race here at Watkins Glen.
Where have you been all day? We've missed you.
I have been out and about doing markets.
The
because-
boy from Rapunyap's been out doing good old tourism.
Yes, the owner of the Western Victorian Tourism Agency. No, I was actually selling quite a few plants out in a very misty environment this morning, but I am home now and I am excited to be commentating.
No problem. What have you been selling, mate? We don't want to disclose that.
That's
all right, let's leave it alone.
Maybe let's just keep it a little,
All right,
little on the down low.
No worries. Frank, what's been happening, mate?
Not a lot, Neil. Just doing a couple of bits and pieces during my stint, and back to commentate the end of this race. I think
Yes.
I'm on, which is looking like it's going to be a dry affair all the way home. And as we get to the point of the race where people are breaking out the abacuses again, working out driver stints, how much time have people got to do, when's going to be the good time to pit, because most of these teams will have probably two pit stops still to make, so making sure they get all their driver times in and don't get DQ'd at the end.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen. Not a great strategy.
We'll say it's ideal for that not to happen.
So what we want is we want car 500 to finish outside the top 10. And then next week they turn it into a Farmers Union livery. Next race.
Yes.
But if it is inside the top 10, I think I'm in trouble.
Well, you've only got yourself to blame if you make silly bets as Karud in the Aston Martin gets a bit hairy through the second part of the bus stop, and just to gather it up. So that was a good save.
That has been a quick Aston Martin all weekend, but it's just had a few offs this weekend too.
It was maybe just that little bit too committed through the chicane there, just taking that little bit too much curb, but has managed to survive it for now.
Yeah, both of those cars, the sister Honda has also been in the wars. I think it was, I'm just trying to remember the driver, Ty, that's right, thank you. He had all sorts of trouble after the rain period, but yeah, they're both still circulating, which is good. I think we've only had a couple of retirements, Mel. I think you'll confirm that.
7.
7 DNFs, that's not too bad in these.
It's pretty standard.
10-hour. Yep.
You get your occasional disconnect issue with the ACC. You get your one that you just have a bad race and you just pull the pin early.
We just had Taylor get a drive-through, I believe, for track limit.
And Talbot's also picked one up just then.
Oh no. So
JC has well and truly jinxed it, even though that's the game giving them out, not the stewards themselves.
yeah, so Taylor actually was the one we just watched for about 15 minutes battling with McDonald. And now that they're in front and trying to drive away, they've given themselves a drive-through and they're going to end up behind again. All that hard work undone and some.
Yep. Never fun.
Just thinking, I believe that drive-through for car 18 may be for pit lane speed, because that was Talbot in the car just then. Now it's switched over to Jacobs.
Ouch.
Oh. So that might get recorrected to a 10-second or whatever penalty they decide.
Yeah, it'll be
it
10
is the
seconds
pit
if
lane.
it's in the pits. What I am noticing though is this battle for third is going to be red hot in a second. That gap's coming in very closely. 8.4 seconds between P3, P4, 14 between P2, P3.
All we've seen all day is BMW and Audi.
Another 3
twice.
Oh, you're not wrong.
I reckon a third to half of the race we've watched a BMW and an Audi race each other in different positions as well. We've got another one down. Is it Vinny or Viney and Pan? Those two pretty close to each other, only a second apart as well.
I'm gonna smash this mouse.
So that is Pete Viney, and that is Pan just behind there in P18, doing very nicely after starting, what, P34 was it for the UNSW racing team.
So let me double check that for you.
G'day, David.
Greetings.
30.
I'm going to take a break then whilst you guys have a chat.
Yeah, 33. Sorry.
I've had enough of David. He's been here for 2 seconds.
I was surprised it lasted that long, mate.
I'll quickly run
That's
to
what
the
she said, bye.
Well, how are we, David? Good to hear your voice once again.
Thank you. Yes, welcome to the 5 hours of Bender's personal nightmare around Watkins, Glen.
What's been going on in your race?
We were 24th a couple hours ago, and then hashtag Joe Williams got in the car, about a 50-minute stint, and then his internet got to bed. So we lost half a dozen laps there trying to rejoin the server. We're now 35th out of 36 or 34 out of 35, and I have to go back in the car again. Pete, who's driving now, both of us were maxing out the 4 hours and 40 minutes of our driver allocation, and we hope with the time that we have in the pit lane making pit stops that we can make it to the end, because we only have 2 drivers now instead of 3.
That is very, very unfortunate, having to be only left with the 2 drivers. I mean, they're 2 very, very capable drivers in Pete and yourself, but yeah, very unfortunate for Joe to have the issues there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal. So it means you're only going to get a small burst of me for another 30 or so minutes before I have to head off, but we'll enjoy it while I'm here.
Oh, this is close.
Yeah, this is been the overtaker spot, and that is, he's managed to pull it up. I thought for sure Viney was going to head straight on. He wasn't going to pull up that BMW, but he's now all of a sudden just put a bit of a gap. Or is that, yeah, so that's still Viney. Pan in the Audi.
Yeah, Pan just seemed to really mess up his entry into the bus stop, and from there, it's just all issues from there. Just couldn't slow it down and had to almost go over the grass to make the corner.
Yes, now Karud in the Aston.
Beamer is very, very good on the brakes.
That's the way we're on the auto cams here. Mullet's just taking a break. He's decided to give his 2 cams in case, so one of them might be in the action somewhere.
Yeah. So Mullet busy giving the old legs a stretch, making sure he's keeping the circulation going.
I might quickly do the same. It's been about 5 hours since I stood up, so I should do the same.
That's definitely a good idea. Might be the perfect time to stock up on some Farmers Union iced coffee. 100% better than the Dare iced coffee of the Car 500.
I'm not in on this bet too, but yeah, I agree. He gave you the 950
Yes.
for the note.
Definitely not saying that to get paid. As what's that? We have a battle going on here between Maddox and Karud. This is for P13. Karud gets up the inside, and that's the move done into the chicane.
Nicely done.
The very, very clean move in the end. Maddox didn't really fight it too hard, but he doesn't need to, and yeah, that's Karud. And the 111 car up to P13 the Aston, so well done. Just got that slipstream down there to the chicane and got it done.
Yeah, I haven't really had much chance to tune in throughout the race so far. I'm assuming the topic of liveries have come up previously. What has been the, I guess, crowd consensus of the best livery on the grid? We're involved in the race today.
No, the Barney one is hard to get out of people's heads as soon as people mention the song.
I will say this one is very much a contender for me. Car 21 Breakfast Crew.
Yeah, the Vegemite is a bit of a standout.
I haven't seen it in a while. I'm not sure what happened to it. I think it was a yellow Nissan, perhaps.
Yes. Yeah, the Pennzoil GTR livery.
Yeah, it might have been that one. It reminded me so much of a Gran Turismo car. I'm like, that is so cool.
But I'm pretty sure it is a almost carbon copy of a livery, originally from Super GT series in Japan, obviously made famous by the Gran Turismo series. Wouldn't mind if people have the time and inclination for these future events to copy some other famous liveries.
Yeah, it would be cool.
But, you know, each to their own.
Well, just before we were looking at the Kovacs Racing purple car with the Barney the Dinosaur, a iconic figure. And here is Kovacs Racing green and team last name here together. Of course on different laps, but the Kovacs green. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's not a bad livery. Sort of fairly well. I mean, I know they're green, but they've incorporated the M striping for BMW fairly well, which is a bit hard, seeing as all the colours clash with green as a general rule. But no, it's a pretty good effort to just accentuate the BMW colours in their standard Kovacs racing green livery.
Yeah, I'm a bit indifferent to it. It has some interesting choice of greens, but I think there's not as much you can do with a green, especially on the BMW, which is a bit of a shame, but I think they've done an alright job with the task that they had to overcome.
This is where just watching Robert Maddox here. He's obviously laps in front of team last name behind him, but team last name, they've got the rain light on and they're going pretty quick, Bender. I don't know if you've got wet tyres on or just haven't hit the button.
We can't actually turn it off. Not sure why. I mean, my lights are set to automatic, and every time I go on the MFD and I try to switch it to off, it just switches back to on. So we've just left it.
Very safety conscious racer, David, just giving everybody just extra visibility and warning they're approaching you.
Can't miss us.
See a few cars like that just can't seem to get the rain light off for whatever reason, but it's not too big of an issue.
Here's the UNSW racing car of Halcyon Pan, the car 74 that has moved up many positions in this race. Currently fighting here with Viney. He's been able to catch back up to the BMW with Viney actually.
Yeah, they've done very well working their way through the field. Obviously in these long enduros, it's something you can afford to do. But yeah, we saw that incident a little bit earlier where they sort of got the bus stop wrong and lost a handful of time to Pete Viney, but just slowly making their way through. And interesting to see when the next lot of pit stops are going to be. Everybody's ideal strategies obviously got thrown out the window once the rain hit. And I will ask you about that in a minute because you were in the car just as the conditions went dry.
Yeah, that's correct.
How was the track in those greasy conditions?
I quite liked it. It's definitely, I had probably 30-minute stint on the wets and then transition to slicks. Felt pretty good most of the way. I'd say the traction zones, particularly, I think it's turn 9, the uphill left-hander, slightly off cam, but that was pretty bad. You had to really be patient getting on the throttle there. Obviously in the wet you want to avoid all sorts of curbs and white lines, painted areas. You're really trying to keep it well within the track limits. I was, definitely saw a few people in front of us, same with Pete when he was in the car, just end up in the barriers, just trying to take the normal dry line and yeah, off you go.
Yeah, it was amazing. Even in the full wet conditions, there were people going 3 wide up the hill, down the straight into the bus stop, and
oh wow,
90% of the time it did not end well. I think there was only about 1 or 2 occasions where everybody got out unscathed, but
woken up and chosen violence, those people.
Yeah, I think maybe just a little bit of inexperience in these longer form races where you don't have to quite fight for every position at every corner, especially when that was sort of hour 1 of a 10-hour race. But now I think we'll definitely see a lot of elbows getting out as positions will start to matter very shortly. It'll be very hard to make positions up through the normal stints as we start to head into the next round of pit stops. As we see another car, one of the Ferraris exiting the pits now.
Yeah, we're entering the, we're in the final fifth of this race, of course being a 10-hour event. Hour and 46 minutes to go, there's still plenty that can transpire.
And have a look at this gaggle of cars. You've got the traffic coming out of the pits on cold tyres. You've got blue flags trying to make their way through.
As we move away from that, I believe that is the automatic camera playing games.
Yeah, we saw a couple of cars coming out of the pits just before. What strategies have generally people been on? I think myself and Pete in team last name, we were perhaps one of the outliers coming off the wets onto the slicks. We realised from about 5 hours and a half, 5.5 hours, just under 6 hours to go, that hey, we could get home ideally. We were planning to, with stopping, I think 4 times or 5 times, running 70-minute stints, and we would just make it. I think we were out of sequence with everyone else because we were one of the last people to pit from the wets to the slicks.
The weather does, it has basically ruined everybody's pit stop. There are a few that may have pit also for damage, so again,
you don't really have any indication when people are going to come in, or?
No, I think if they haven't pitted now, I think once it gets to about 1 hour and 10, I think everybody's going to be diving in to do their last stop and probably try and get home to the end from there. There's Regan Herbert. They've comfortably led this race for the vast majority of it.
Been very, very quick out front is the 45 Honda. The Honda being a fairly solid car around this track, all's been said. But yeah, this team has been phenomenal throughout the race.
Yeah, the Honda has been well represented in this race, probably alongside the BMW. There's a few Audis as well. It's basically those 3 cars have made up the bulk of the positions and seem to be the better option. The McLaren used to be probably the most popular car on the grid. Probably not as well sought out here at Watkins Glen. I'd say that's the BOP as Kunos slowly learn what they need to tweak.
How has the BOP been? Because the BMW, I don't know, maybe it's just car. I mean, I don't know what's up with the gear ratios, but every time we shift from 4th to 5th on the uphill straight, the car just tanks. It's got nothing, and everyone has just been cruising past on the main straight up to the bus stop. Is that a common trend with BMWs here, or?
Not that we've noticed. Very hard to tell as we're not sort of really in the cars,
Okay.
Being able to gauge what the revs are.
It is a super long straight, actually, if you think about it, from how long you're accelerating for as well. The tow's quite a big factor by the time you get down there. Are you saying when you're behind or in front sort of thing, or just getting past, or you're...
It doesn't matter. In front, behind, just people cruising past or pulling away.
Remember, there is also setup differences too. You might have a lot of tow in compared to other cars. Never really 100% know, but yeah, it hasn't been like glaringly obvious. The Audi seems to be the quickest one. That is a rocket ship in a straight line. But it's. I guess it really depends. You might be running more wing too than other people too. So I know there was a few in the wet. It was obvious the teams that had no wing on their car because they were struggling. Oof.
Well, speaking of struggling, I think we just caught a glimpse of maybe some contact between Viney, and I'd say that's a lap car behind. I don't know if that Audi is trying to unlap itself, but
he's letting him past.
Yeah, and
yeah. Unfortunately, the automatic director pulls away, but we'll say that's what it looked like he was trying to do, let him past.
Certainly looked like something was happening, but I'm not sure what was going on down that main straight, because it looked like it could have been contact and very well held through the bus stop there. Take a bit of grass rather than the curb.
So that's right there. We're back into the Taylor McDonald fight that we have had for about 15 minutes on screen at certain points of the race, where after serving their 10-second for the last pit stop infringement, they're or a drive-through, whichever one they serve. They're back within a second of each other again.
The battle continues.
The
Can
battle
the 720 meter wide car defend once again from the 17 McLaren of Taylor?
And they've caught right up as again. They're now only half a second behind where it was 9/10 before, and now it's 1/10. Oh, wait, they're in front by 1/10. Never mind, they're ahead.
Seemed to be a very quick move. Unfortunately, not being able to see that on screen, but we do have a bit of a gaggle of cars here. That is Ollie Daniel and Len Scott. Looks like the 91 car got past Daniel through the chicane. Get some confirmation of this coming up to the next sector split soon, but this battle is either way for P24.
It's nearly 8:30, lads, so it's that time again. There we
Start cracking open a cold one.
go. Sure is. I didn't want to do it directly into the mic in case it was one of those spritzers that goes a bit too loud, but yeah, it's been a great race so far. It's been lots and lots and lots of good action. So everyone, you can really see people are trying not to cause issues. It's very obvious. As this battle continues, this pack is it's just starting to hype it up again as we go back to the Taylor McDonald fight. Taylor's gotten ahead and pulled away. They seem to be about a second a lap faster with Taylor and McDonald in the cars. But yes, Taylor getting that drive-through or slash penalty that was happened before, and they've caught back up and passed again.
So here you go. Here's an interesting one from Chat Benji saying, apparently we just got a penalty for an infraction on lap 274. However, it's only lap 271.
I'd say that's the lap the leader's on, not necessarily what.
Yeah,
what
that
they're
would
on.
be my explanation for it.
There you go. So it's not just some sumo prediction stuff from what your car's going to do in 3 laps time.
Although no, 273 for Ring Herbert.
Yeah, so that's lap 273.
But the infraction was on 274.
So lap 274 is the current lap.
But the infraction came up about a little bit ago. It was for lap 264.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was just a some form of typo.
Well, that's a lot less exciting than predicting the future that you're going to be involved in a crash in 3 laps time or something.
Our stewards are just that good here at RI.
And there's confirmation from Matt Pale in chat. He hit the wrong lap number in the bot. It was actually 264, not 274.
Okay.
And Herbert's just binned it
yeah.
apparently.
Yeah, just saw that as well. Herbert's binned it. Not sure how true that is.
What number is Herbert?
45. That is the race leader.
I don't see a yellow flag on the track. Nothing in the pits. Is that them in the pits? I can't see that number well enough.
No, that is not them in the pits.
Okay. Could have been a little bit of a touch on a wall or something.
Possibly.
We've got a replay. Means we might have something. Oh, just lost the back.
Yeah.
Oh.
So lucky not to get cleaned up as well.
Yeah. Wanting to do a spin. This is a bit awkward, hey?
Like to do a reverse spin.
They were about half a lap ahead. Trying to look for position. Can he go? Yeah, let's go. Well done. Not to pull out in traffic. That's always the panic, especially when you're the leader. As the Barney Mobile's trying to unlap itself here as well.
Did look like Herbert lost a fair chunk of time though, so we'll see where that affects their race later on. But for now, they are still in the lead over Kitching and Sneakers.
So that was Sneakers we saw unlapping himself. So he was lapped all the way up to 3rd place. It was a long way ahead. Oh, and had Herbert actually lapped the whole field? Because Sneakers and Kitching were 1 lap down. Looking at the stats, if that makes sense.
The lead is now 122 seconds, so I reckon they probably have.
Just slightly unlapped themselves, yeah.
So, wow, that is rather impressive to be that far ahead in, like, yes, it's a 10-hour endurance race, but even then you still need to show some fantastic speed and consistency to be that far ahead of your competition.
They're 35 minutes into a stint. If they can make the tyres last a full till the end of the hour and make the last set go for another hour, then they should be fine. Time-wise, they're probably only planning to stop once, depending on how bad their tyres are. As we've heard from a few people that are coming to the racing, they're really struggling to make them do the full 70 minutes. But maybe once the track's fully rubbered in, it might be slightly different. Or the other teams might have slightly less aggressive setups.
I think the track is fully rubbered in now. It's definitely improved a lot the last hour or so.
And the temperatures dropped, track temperatures dropped 3 degrees.
Yeah, sure.
So that's a big thing. Ambience dropped a couple. Well, that's wide. Back's pushing again. There's the Barnum Wheel in 3rd place. And,
yeah, just going back to that battle for that Sneakers is currently in. Currently 5.9 off the back of Kitching and Western, just over 7 seconds. So still an hour and a half to go. Pit stops will be critical. Is anybody repairing damage? They mess up the pit stops or they lose a bit of time getting tyres up to temp. Still all to play for the podium. It's 4 people for those other 2 spots, so it'll be interesting to see how they go on.
So from what I can see there, Weston has the longest pit timer, so he'll be going the longest on his last set of tyres out of everyone there. I think Sonikas had at least 20 minutes in this stint, so they'll definitely probably most likely be going to the end. And Kitching's got the last actually. So Kitching's only got 1 more stop to go, and they're the furthest ahead. So they're going to be able to push the hardest on their tyres. Is pretty much what I'm trying to say there. That's again the threat that everyone keeps talking about. The people saying this is the only track they've ever had blistering at, things like that. So it's going to be a big push to the end from these.
Even all 3 of them had a fairly low stint timer, as that's the Audi just going off there, most likely just letting some some of the leaders go by.
I think that was Madden just may have copped a bit of the inside curb on that corner, trying to let the traffic through. No damage done by the looks of it. Meanwhile, another gaggle of cars here. This is Herod and Downey, I believe.
Go ahead.
I believe Herod's actually made a move on Downey to go up into P26, so the 623 BMW looking to make a few more moves, although just getting a little bit impeded there, but nothing too major. They've got 11.2 seconds to catch up to Leonard Scott in front.
Jan's in chat saying, common car 500. Ignore Mull, who may stop being my 2nd grandson. My my number 2 grandson.
Hello, Jan. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Great to have you watching along as always. Just wanted to ask, well, we've got a little bit of a pause here. Mitch Weston's got the fastest lap. I assume since it's a team series, there are points for the fastest lap. Accumulate round to round.
I'm not entirely sure. That'll be a mullet question, I think.
Yep.
When he gets back. Or someone in chat might know.
Ears are burning, what's up?
I was just asking, I assume there's points for fastest lap, just like it's a normal scored series that we've got in
Yep.
other series.
Yeah. Points for fastest lap. Points for top through 6 qualifiers, I think.
So what are we, obviously you guys can see the times more than me, are we thinking anyone can possibly challenge the fastest lap, or is that done and dusted now that the conditions aren't really as good as they were at the start of the race, do we think?
I think so. If you're pitting later in the next stint, you could have less fuel. Tracks definitely rub it in. So
Yeah, I think
fastest
somebody.
laps, what is it? 44.6.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of teams that are going to be short filling. They'll have a lighter car after their last pit stop, and if you're going to have a crack, then probably then's the time. But depends also if you're in a battle. You're not going to risk going for fastest lap and getting it wrong if you try and protect your position. B-Ray Grant asking the question, can the lead Honda get through with only one stop? I think it can. Oh, as we see a bit of drift, well held by Mike there. Oh, sorry, Mitchell Weston, sorry.
Mike check.
Yep, you're back.
Yeah.
No mics here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I think,
I understand that.
sorry, what Justin was saying before is that all the leaders will have to make one more stop.
Yeah.
That was correct?
Yeah, correct. From what I could tell, all of them would be able to make it to the end on one more stop. For time-wise, they can do that. It's up to whether they're pushing their stints that long. It's so many people complained about burning out tyres and only wanting to do a 50 or 45-minute stints.
Well, I mean, the obvious solution is just drive slower and the tyre wear isn't an issue.
You've got a point there.
But it is a very short pit lane, but it is at 30 seconds to swap tyres, right? Is that the minimum stop time?
Oh, I've just noticed something.
What's that?
So currently for the battle for Pro-Am, 82 leads the way. They've got 54 minutes driven on this stint, meaning they've got 15 minutes left. 3 minutes they're going to miss out. They're going to have to double stop. I don't know if the pit lane time is going to maybe...
No.
they may be able to squeeze it in if they stay in there longer.
Yes, because
Is that how it works?
yes,
Yeah.
the counter doesn't.
exit. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's obviously you're not going to stay in there for a minute, you might as well go back out there. But
Surely you just drive to the pit lane once to reset it at some point.
splash and dash, you reckon?
Oh,
No,
don't
they-
even stop, just drive through the pit lane. That's
Because they've got 28 seconds. The gap between these guys and 28. 28 needs to pit once.
Yeah, that's just a trip through the pit lane.
Yeah, that's going to be very tight for Pro-Am.
What
Like
are
to
they
see
gonna
it.
Intriguing battle to watch all the way to the end of this race, that one.
Yeah, they've done well 82 to hang in there. 28's
Yeah.
first stint or two was mega.
Oh, insane. They were in P3 at one point, which was just unbelievable. The current driver in the car right now,
Yes. He's on fire.
he has been just flying. He's done a 44, so that for a Pro-Am, that's fast. And in the wet, he was untouchable. He was zooming.
he
There was
was
two
lovely.
Ferraris in the wet.
But
There was
how
two
much?
Ferraris.
The
Yep.
question's got to be asked. He's obviously the quicker driver, but how much time has he got left? Can he go to the end? and double stint, or has he got to hand it off to one of the other drivers?
I wonder.
His four-man team doesn't have as much time up his sleeve as, say, a two-driver team do. Yeah, I don't know. Be close, I reckon.
This is where you sort of need to be doing the sums a few hours ago, getting all that sort of, so you've got your quicker driver for as much as you can at the end of the race.
They've been pretty clean apart from, I say that
That one thing that
yeah,
was a few things in one.
one, yes, where they got a drive through and they had a spin, and then the other time we swapped on when you were away, Malik, they had a spin as well.
Oh, no.
So just a small lose, but it was just like a slide out to the outside of the track and then get on the gas and drive off again. But it hasn't been a perfect race from them, but I think a perfect race would have put them way up in the top 5. I'd say they were very, very quick.
Very difficult to get a perfect race in events like this. Even our race leader has had a few minor issues. I mean, as we saw with the spin that they had earlier.
Correct. We're now following the lead of the amateur class, who's joined us in the commentary box a couple times today. Ollie. This car's
doing commanding lead at the moment. We lost a few amateur teams today.
First, I have to pay respects to all of our fallen amateur teams.
Yeah, I seem to remember one of the amateurs in the top 10 at one point early on in the race. Obviously, the race has equalised a little bit, and they're currently sitting in P24.
Yeah, we had a few. We had like 3 or 4 in the top 20 at one point. So
I told you
it
to
was
even
definitely
out.
on.
It's just about that seat time with all the drivers involved. But I think the battle for second could be really, really spicy. Snickers needs to fight 8 seconds. Weston is gaining.
Yeah, he's got that gap down to 4.2, so he's on a charge. And everybody's still got to do at least one more stop.
Weston will be right on the back of Sneakers, most likely around the time they come in for their stop, maybe even a little bit before, so it'll be interesting what the pit stop cycle actually does to shake up those positions, if there is any.
And Weston is the longest on his stint right now, isn't he? So he's the lowest fuel and the oldest tyres. So again, not entirely sure that means it's the fastest. The fastest that the car will be. I'm not quite sure whether the Audi is going to be quicker with fresh tyres or less fuel. But it's definitely showing a lot of pace right now with him steering it. And there he is, a couple of cars back.
Behind the race leader, awkwardly though.
Yeah, but he might get a bit of a tow along though. He can just hang. Although Herbert is streets ahead of everyone at the moment, so it's going to be hard to hold on the back to, but just use the drag, especially down this main straight. Just a couple of tenths here and there. Might be all they need at the end of the day. So he closes right up to the back, so it's not a bad ploy from Mitchell Weston here, just to sit under the rear wing, as he's going to look to add a move. I think Herbert's going to let that Audi have it because he's got no beef.
Yeah,
He doesn't need to get involved in anything.
they just need to finish. That's all they need to do is finish, and they've got this. Because I think like I said, I think they had lapped everyone at one point there till they had that spin, so now they sort of backed it off a tad.
Yeah, just making sure that they get to the end in one piece. It would be a massive shame if they had a big incident now that ruined their race.
Seen quite a few endurances we've done. The last hour the lead has changed. Whether it's from an incident, a disconnect, A mistake.
We just had Jacobs pit as well, serving his 10-second penalty at the same time.
Be interesting to see where he comes out. As Malik's got a bit riding on where that car in P9 finally trundles out of the pits. So this is David Bartlett in the McLaren. Just having a look at Pete Viney. Starting to just notice on some of the cars there, just not as planted and as confident through some of the faster corners now. You can tell they're just looking to get to that point where they can get these boots off and make their last stops. And Jacobs still in the pits and has been overtaken by Aristofani.
New fastest lap.
Well, there you go. That answers that question of will someone else get the fastest lap?
44.4, 2 tenths.
That is very fast.
Ristofani is flying right now.
I don't think it's the last time we see an improvement on it. Temperatures are dropping as well, which is a little bit better for these cars.
Yeah, that's right. The track temp's dropped 2 degrees actually in the last little bit, so it's really come down quicker now. The breeze is picking up a little bit too, 4 degrees. 4 kilometers
4
now,
degrees.
sorry. 4 degrees. 4 degrees on 4 kilometers now.
So that means it will rain just after everyone finishes.
Possibly.
Always.
Last lap is going to rain.
If it's not raining in like the next practice session after the race when it ticks over, was it really a race? Did it rain?
What is rain?
Bartlett. This is where you want to be sort of carrying the speed, not jam completely under the rear wing. You want to carry the speed up the hill. And use a little bit of the toe, but I think
Bartlett good on the brakes.
Yeah, Viney will defend that.
Good driving from both drivers. Temp was made, temp was covered.
6 or 7 hours ago, it would have been an attempt made, and it probably would have gone all the way bad. I think everybody's learned what you can and can't do through the bus stop now, or where you need the car to be to make an attempt.
This is looking a pretty good exit. Oh, but squiggles. Yeah.
Still think Viney had that one covered off. He was going to
He was moving, wasn't
use
he?
Bartlett to the inside. Yep.
As you can see, the Mad Cow Lamborghini behind.
This is always fun when lead lap car comes up to a car that two cars that are battling, and then someone on an even higher lead lap comes up to that more.
This is where you need teammates in your ear telling you exactly what's going on. Because you've got your hands full trying to keep the car on track, especially if you're on very old tyres. You just need people in your ear just telling you, saying, hey, these two are coming up. You will need to give them room. Meanwhile, Stefani is doing some absolute mega laps at the moment. He's hanging with P2. And
pass down.
sorry, that's not Stefani. That's
the Kitching.
Kitching, sorry.
Kitching, yeah.
Getting the job done.
That was
On
was it
the Lambo.
Kitching?
On the Lambo of Big Nada.
Yep.
Sorry. Apologies for that. But anyway, this fight now is back on as it's Bartlett is close back up on Viney again.
Going to find a way downhill through there on the inside.
Need to pull together a real aggressive move to get up the inside through some of these corners. Very winding and long, so it's not easy to get up the inside, but if you're able to do so, hold the inside line, try and get best exit you can, and hopefully you get it done. They can install the defense of the of McDonald earlier, doing very wonderful things in that McLaren.
We're almost getting to the point where in another 5 minutes, that'll be the 70-minute stint time limit. So as I think that's a lap car.
The camera we were at just sort of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, was that-
As crucially, Denaldi is in the pits.
Currently, so Ristofani has
So
made it through. So they will have to stop again because they will be outside the pit, the stint time.
That's exactly it, yeah. They're going to do 2 short dashes, I assume.
Nah, surely you
Just drive through the
fill
pit.
it up and then just drive through the pit lane and don't take fuel or tyres, and that will reset the timer.
Yep, fill her up. Should last the rest of the race fuel-wise.
Do you have to stop for 30 seconds if you stop?
No. If you don't take tyres, it's only the fuel.
Fuel, okay.
And
I reckon you'd do fuel and just do
and-
fuel
I
twice.
don't think you'd need fuel. I think you
no,
can drive
you
through the pit lane. You don't need
you-
fuel or
you-
tyres.
exactly right, Benny. You just trundle through, reset the timer, and be on your way. I wouldn't be
That's what I
stopping at all.
Just fill it up now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Put 120 litres in. Maybe, lift and coast a little bit if you need to, but I reckon you'd be fine on 120 from here.
Should well and truly be fine.
So, what does that do? That means Convoy still currently sitting down in P11. Maybe P10 is just going to be just out of reach. Although,
I believe the 82 car's just going through the Sector 1 split now, so I think it's definitely a bit out of reach for the 500 car to make the top 10 at this rate, unless there is an accident.
yep.
Well,
There's
very
still,
pleased about that.
yeah, still plenty of time for unfortunate things to happen to some of these drivers. As we saw with the race leader, lucky to keep it out of the wall and not get hit by another car on the way through, because that would have been massive damage.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to all bid you farewell. I need to get ready before I go back in the car and continue Bender's 5-hour journey around Watkins Glen.
Best of luck,
Before
mate.
Can't wait for the book.
I can't wait for the book. Yeah, it's all in all good bookstores. I will leave you with a Bender fact, the first and likely only one of the stream. Chimpanzees recognize each other from the look of their buttocks, the same way humans recognize each other by our faces.
Gee whiz, that's a sad life as a monkey.
I think they need to touch some grass.
Oh, that's David with the face of the. I know that bumhole from anywhere. Look, I don't forget names. I always forget names, but I never forget a butthole.
Yeah.
I feel bad
And-
for anyone who's just joining the stream now.
And once again, we're demonetized.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Oh, we're here for a bit of fun as well.
So Bender obviously will be taking it home for Team Last Name.
Yeah, well, he's got to do a short little dash first because we're out of time. But yeah, it'd be like the other guys doing, I think, 10-15 minutes, and then I'll be in.
Welcome back, David.
No worries. Catch you guys later.
See ya.
See you, David.
Actually. We're approaching the critical marker of this race. 2 minutes and 20 seconds until we get to the point where if you come into the pits, you can go to the end of the race, theoretically.
Yeah, this is where we may see some people that are in battles might look at a sneaky undercut. Because as we said, it's when the pit time, when you cross the pit exit is when your timer starts. So if it's say 71.5 minutes and you come in, you do your pit stop, and might get out just under the time by the time and it may help you get in front as you do a bit of a sneaky undercut, but we'll see.
The only risk associated with that, though, is if the race leader crosses the line with a second to go on the timer. That means you have to do a whole other minute and 45 seconds on top of the timer.
A very good point. That is a very good point. Yes.
Is it when? I thought it does an average time of when the leader crosses the line on the lap, and if it deems they're not going to get another lap in after that, it makes that last lap. I didn't.
He's
No,
saying
I am
that it might
pretty
end up
sure
doing another
it's-
minute or two. If
As
you're
soon
in
as the
front
leader
of
crosses the line, there's a set time of 180 seconds you got to finish.
Yeah.
If you don't finish that lap.
Okay. But also that means you could have 180 seconds worth of extra stint in the end of your stint.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is a very unfortunate last lap if it's 3 minutes long.
Yeah.
You've done fucked up somewhere.
Yeah. Another team, Stop Go 30 team, has pitted with 72 minutes to go. You think the stewards would know the rules? Try to stretch it out for another couple of minutes, but obviously either tyres or fuel were an issue.
No, kick him out. No, Stewart's team not good enough. No. Surely you've got to know. 70 minutes.
This is going to be interesting, this little battle here. This could essentially determine P3. Any dramas transpire here.
Oh, there's a bit of a catch there. Still from P4 there.
Really, really pushing the cars hard.
Yeah, most of these guys would be on old tyres at this point. Rip certainly not there.
Right up close to each other. It's just all up to these blue flag cars. Because at the moment, Sneakers has got clear air, and Mitchy Weston does not.
Just while we're on the Barney-Mobile.
Whoa!
And they're going to go a couple wide down the main straight as the blue flags come out.
I think that was a little kiss
Just
to
got
the
to
wall
be
there.
aware, if there's a battle for third and there's an hour left in a 10-hour race, it's exactly right. Just yeet out of there, get out of there. Don't get yourself caught up in that. We've experienced the wrath from several people. Now, they're going to be battling behind.
There we go. Is this for position? It is too. No?
No,
is not.
Herod's just plonked himself between the 16th and 17th battle.
But Bartlett and Viney is for position.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And that's why they were so intense about it. And so Bartlett going wide there actually hurt him. He's dropped the spot.
I believe it was
Oh,
Viney going.
sorry, Viney going wide. Sorry.
Bartlett, I believe, was the one who was resistant to the blue flag behind, but in the end, it has paid off. Depending on how legit that is, I mean, it seemed fairly legitimate. It was just a matter of getting to the main straight and they let them through. But either way, we are within the hour and 10-minute mark, so anyone coming in now should be their last stop. And this battle is within a second.
This is heading. But we are 41 minutes on that. 42 minutes on that stint. So there's a fair bit more time that could be had, but we don't know entirely what their strategy is, how long they think their tyres will last.
I believe Sneakers actually has less time on the stint left.
Correct.
Yes, 47 minutes.
So
5 minutes difference.
So this is where undercuts will come into play, as both of them are pretty open to when they can make their next pit stop. Will someone blink first? If Weston catches the back of Sneakers and feels like he's being held up but can't get a move done, he may pull the trigger.
The real question is, what if neither of them blink and they start involving themselves in a heated battle?
I think your teammates should be in your ears saying, come in, we'll do the undercut, go out and get a lap on fresher tyres. I think you're going to do nothing but lose time if you're Mitchell Weston at this point, trying to get past that purple BMW.
Well, I still have to consider the fact that, yeah, it's only 12.5 seconds between Kitching and Sneakers, so yeah, should definitely be some pit lane games played here to try and force some position changes to maybe see a final lap fight for P2.
And that's the Cristofani car in the background. We can see there a brightly coloured Ferrari. So yeah, I think unless Weston feels like he needs to extend this stint to have the best tyres for the last stint, I would be talking to my team and saying, when do we come in? Because he is right on the back of Sneakers at the moment. And unless he feels like he's going to get a move done very, very shortly, can't see the point just sticking behind. Although he is going to get a run.
The Audi is one of the better cars in the straight line, and compared to the BMW, it's definitely better, but around the outside, you're going to be struggling there. He has to pull back in.
Sneakers has done well there.
He certainly has. As Bender mentioned before, the BMW is one of the better cars on brakes, so really playing to its strengths there.
It's
Trying to
very
pull the
solid
car
for a
up.
Sector 2.
It is, although the Audi is all over him, pretty much everywhere. I'd say he's about a second a lap faster. At
This
least
helps
half a
Kitching and no idea 315.
Yeah, it certainly does. They're okay, but they're by no means safe if they have a incident or damage. You're 13 seconds up the road, but very easy to lose that if you get involved in something, especially with blue flags.
It's all about just taking as much care as you possibly can until the end. Even though there is a very strong battle, you still have to consider that this has been a very low endurance race with a lot of input from your team. Be ashamed to throw that away with just one little rash move.
Yeah, must be both going around again. This is for the last spot on the podium with an hour to go, so
that number 28 Ferrari is seriously quicker. It's catching them up. And this is third and fourth on the track right now.
yeah, unfortunately for them, they've still got to make another stop because they came in just outside the window, so they're going to have to trundle the pit lane as Weston again having another look, looks left, looks right. He's going to send it down the inside, maybe? No. Wisely. That was a very good decision. It would have been a tough one to make too.
The tyres are starting to scream a bit there. They you see wobbled multiple times over those turns.
Yeah, he had to compromise his line a bit with the attempt at a move, but obviously meant that he didn't take the line that he really wanted to through the chicane. Meanwhile, Sneakers is parking that BMW exactly where he needs to. Oh, is that just a little too much inside curb there? And the car almost started to go around, but just got out of the throttle, caught it. The other to back up. Does give Sneakers a little bit of breathing room though. Knows he's probably going to be safe for this next sector.
Just going to point out that the gap is now opened up to 13.5, so it's dropped a second and a half in the last 3 laps to Kitching. So Kitching just doing well on fresher tyres as well than these two. He had about 15 or 20 minutes up on his stint as we were getting the pit. It's definitely a pit. There it is.
Oh, and I think Weston's missed a trick here. Now, Sneakers is going to get the undercut unless Weston felt like Sneakers was holding him up by, 2 seconds a lap as he lets the Ferrari of Ristofani through. I think Sneakers has played this to absolute perfection. He's gonna get the fresher tyres newer, and it'd be interesting to see when Western comes out, or where his team comes out, where they're going to be in relation to the purple BMW.
If you can stay behind Restofani, it might be a good idea, because this is the fastest car on the track right now. I think if I was his team, I'd be saying, try and keep up with this car. It is flying. So if you can get a tow for a few laps and add just half a... You can see he's pushing hard using all the track there.
45.1 last lap, which is the fastest on track.
Wow.
For Stefani.
Just absolutely flying.
I think at this point, Western has to commit to a longer strategy to try and get some fresher tyres at the end. It seemed like he had the faster pace compared to Sneakers, but it's just whether he can use it now that he has a little bit more clean air, despite the fact he's got Ristofani, who I mean is the fastest car on track, in front of him.
Be interesting to keep an eye on the Sneakers car and what sort of lap times it's doing. It's full flying laps.
So yeah, it's dropped another second this whole lap. It was 13.49, now it's 14.54 at the same point I measured it at last time.
Yeah, and I can't imagine that the BMW will be all that much slower on fresher boots now, as he does stay out, so he's going to fully commit to this plan where they're going to try and use the advantage of having fresh tyres at the end.
He does pull it back a little bit, but that might be due to traffic up ahead by the looks of it. It's like Kitching's getting some traffic. It's there.
Somebody in chat saying, I'm hoping...
looks like the 45 had come into the pits because it's now Kairoon in the car.
Yes, that's right. So Kairoon's in. Gap's now 25. I think I saw a flash up just before, but I think Kitching's still got to make a pit stop. So they've got 25 plus a pit stop. They've still pretty well in hand.
They could make a mistake and have to pit again. Not a too monumental one, but I think they're cruising to the end here.
They don't need to create any risks for themselves.
So yeah, 21.8 to Kairoon to Kitching, but yeah, as we suspect, the Kitching still has to make another pit stop. I think Kairoon is going to take this car through to the end.
You would assume so.
We are on board with P2, Oliver Kitching in the 315. No idea, Audi. They have another team that's just quietly gone about their business and not got involved in anything they didn't need to. That car looking pretty straight. So Sneakers now has slotted back in P4. Be interesting to see when Western is going to come in, because I've got a feeling that Sneakers will be doing some very, very quick laps now. Oh, it's just got a bit of grass there.
Oh, don't do it, Ollie. Oh no, we're just running wide.
Oh, and lost it. Went out onto the marbles and around and a little boop.
Nothing too bad.
No, nothing too serious.
Not a fun place to be facing the other way though.
No, you definitely gonna have to be careful joining back on the racing line. As we begin the last hour, this is where positions and strategy matter the most. So you watch the Spoon Sports. Oh, I don't know. I think that's just some netcode issue there. Oh, it's got all into the back and gone rear first. So that's going to be damage to that rear wing. That's not going to be ideal for that poor old Honda, as you see now, just getting overtaken by P2.
Yeah, and that's the second or third time I've seen 69 hit a wall or have a spin today. Unfortunate for them.
and not sure what's happened there, but the car's just stopped. I don't know if they've had an issue with the pit lane speed limiter.
So
Meanwhile,
hit the kill switch instead.
yeah. So we have a look at Timmy Vaughan. He's currently only less than half a second behind Alex Ime.
Does have a 10-second penalty though.
Yeah.
That's okay. There's still plenty of time. Most people have a pit stop left as well, so they can serve it and then fight that back.
Yeah, very. If you're quick enough, you can make 10 seconds in an hour.
Does look like Vaughan has a fair amount more pace than the Aston Martin of Ime, so we'll see whether he's able to get past quickly and then force the gap. As though that Audi looks a bit loose.
Yeah, Alex, he's not only just fighting for his position, but he's also got to worry about the battle for, I think it's P3 in Pro-Am, unless there's somebody in the top 10.
Yes, there would be someone in the top 10. That would be the Ferrari that is
Oh,
the fastest.
of course. Yep. So he's currently sitting P4 in class. There we are. There. So they've got 2 in the top 10. Stefani and Nor. And then Vetiger currently sitting in P12. So Stefani looking pretty good for the Pro-Am class win. Being the fastest car on track in the top 10. As we look at the drive to survive, not Aston Martin, McLaren, sorry.
Sounds like the F1 driver market at the moment. Don't know which car it is.
Who's going to be in what seat?
Is it the Aston Martin? Is it the Alpine? Is it the McLaren? Is it the Mercedes? Is it the Ferrari? Who knows?
That's an idea, Mike. What do you think? We do a series where you have to randomly draw what car you're in.
Realistic performance?
Yeah.
I've maintained I would,
even just for this.
It's true.
yeah, I've always thought a race where you seed all the drivers and put the fastest guy with the, not the slowest, but obviously whoever.
You can say
ranks
it.
the
It's
lowest.
okay. It's
Yeah.
a safe place here.
Yep. So just match them all the way down and sort of BOP it that way.
Definitely an idea.
Have we done weight penalties before as well?
Yeah, the performance-based ballast wasn't much of a winner for people.
Sorry just to cut in, but I think Vedica had a very interesting pit entry there as we take a look here at a replay.
Yeah, this is where penalties are, as we watch the Honda go round and bang. That's
that inside curb. The inside of that curb has killed about 15 cars today. That's very sad, unfortunately. Just can't go. You can go over the curb as much as you want, but as soon as you get inside that curb, that just sends you to the wall. It just grabs the car and yeets it sideways.
Pretty soon we do one make races. We have the Porsche Cup where everybody uses the Porsche Cup car. That is a thing. So we watch Dylan Martin currently in P4, so they have come out 6 seconds adrift of Sneakers.
They must have buggered up their pit stop because they are still lapping faster than 191.
Yeah.
Most likely a missed pit box, or maybe just a little bit of an issue getting out the pits. But either way, it's going to create a very, very spicy finish.
Yeah, 6 seconds can be made up if they're quick enough. Though we did see it was very, very hard to overtake the Sneakers BMW. But we'll see if Martin has more luck. But that is a very, very interesting one to keep an eye on, as the gap is 6.5 seconds. Just watching, taking a slightly wider line through there, trying to carry more speed up the hill. Because it does determine the speed that you're going to hit down the straight if you can keep it planted for longer.
I mean, that Audi is very good in a straight line, so it's just being able to maximize that as much as you can, although through some of those corners after harsh curves, it can have a few struggles with how low down it runs.
Yes, we just seen updated time, so it's now out to 6.7, so 0.2 lost there. So Sneakers may have played the master stroke and got the car in early, got in some clean traffic and nailed the pit stop. Whereas Martin and that team may have missed a trick here, and it may cost them a spot on the podium.
Yeah, at the moment they don't quite have the pace, but out front, Kyrud just doing wonders in that number 45 entry. They're almost on lap 300.
This is his 300th lap. 299 down.
Get the party poppers out.
My word.
Fantastic drive so far from that team. only one error we've seen, really, and it was pretty minor.
Yep, they've shown you don't need big fancy livery. I think that's just the default, isn't it, Malik, or is that a custom one?
That's default.
Yep.
Boo.
I think they've shown defaults are quicker, so it's obviously worth a couple of BHP.
What's Bender's problem, man?
Just Bender.
Sorry, Bender.
Sorry,
Not really.
he teed me up and I had to hit it.
I set it up. It's all right. Speaking of which, I think he's behind. Nope, that's J-Mac Shadow. This car's seen some spins today.
It has, but it's still leading.
This is for position, actually.
Yeah, this is Redor from Norway by the looks of
Yeah,
it.
that is correct. I'm pretty sure he's our first Norwegian endurance driver.
Yep. Well, he's like
So
most
he's a
Norwegians. He'll get that overtake done on the grass. Don't worry about that.
Very true.
But he does get it done on track and does move himself up into P25. Now we'll set up after Herod.
Another one for position here.
So this is Alex Iam and Timmy Vaughan. These two have been battling for quite a while now. Timmy's still with that 10-second penalty. So he's still got to serve a pit stop, I feel, because I'm sure I saw that 10-second a while ago. And I'd say Alex also needs to serve their last pit stop.
Timer up for tonight.
Sorry, sir?
The stint timer. Just so we can see.
That's massively close, and the car did not like that at all. I saw him had to catch that about twice. And that's not what you want to be doing on old tyres.
Hell no.
So I'm guessing they'll probably want to stop in the next 5 to 10 minutes, like somewhere in the next 5 to 10. So these two sets of tyres even each other out. We get the best out of both. Right. Up, having a look again.
He's given Octane a fair old advertisement under that rear wing. Is he going to look down the inside? He is going to make an attempt, and at the absolute last millisecond he could have, he pulled out of that challenge.
Getting very close to that rear end. Needs to be careful to make sure the move is done successfully and cleanly. But so far, they've still in one. Oh, thought there was going to be a very late look there.
Seen a lot of cars struggle through that corner with older tyres. Just start to lose the rear as it goes outwards.
Oh, hello, around the outside if you don't mind.
Yeah, but he's gonna try and go on the inside. I've been wondering why people haven't tried this a little bit more. Just try and carry the speed around the outside and he'll be outside again. But then he will have the inside through the next corner.
Yes, this is done now. Oh,
Oh,
little
a little
tap.
bit of a tap.
Bit of tap. It's going to involve
no,
the
hang on.
NSX in the background. Yeah, I don't think there's too much damage. Don't think Alex really had the pace to hold him back for too much more. But he's just got to realise he does have a 10-second penalty, so he's just got to stay with him.
Best he can.
He's lapped away quite a bit already. He's very pacey. He's missing. Coming back from, I think they're about near P20 at one point in the race after they had a number of blues and spins.
Car 500 as a drive-through, most likely for speeding in the pits.
Oh. Welcome to
Alex.
Farmers Union Liveries, JC! Get in there! Nah, look, I love my 500 team. They were aiming for top 10. It was a good bet, but that sucks for them.
Do we think that's the track limits, or do we think that's...
I believe that is
limits.
pits. Yeah, because
So
Weatherbird's
it'll be
now in
10
the car.
Oh.
So it'll be only 10 seconds.
So it'll be 10 seconds. There's still hope for their non-farmers delivery, but
It's slipping away as the minutes tick down. 45 minutes to go. They're going to have to get a rig along.
Sad about it.
the next window I'm kind of looking at here is the 30-minute mark, which will extend past the weather. So once it gets to 30 minutes, if there's no forecasted rain, we know it's going to be dry for the remainder. If we see a little late shower, that could
Oh,
be...
Like a 5-minute shower or something, yeah?
I'd love it. 10 minutes of rain at the end would just be the icing on the cake.
That'd be chaos. It
What
will
mean?
be absolutely on. As check out the leaders. Last lap was a 146.
146. We've got the next three cars are doing 145s.
Yeah, and Sneakers is holding that gap to Martin as well, so he's doing enough as they make their way through the traffic. So unless Martin is hoping for a drop off in those tyres, JP looking on for a spot on the podium.
Great stint, JC. I'm guessing it was just the pit entry.
He says he has one job.
Yep.
Now you got no jobs.
Now you're fired.
Sacked.
Daros Coffee Racing Team dead. No.
Hand in your badge and gun.
All right, Nissan right behind. Let's get the suck up the back straight. Is it just the back straight?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought it was back straight. It's not the main straight.
I don't think the Aston
Everything's
Martin's
a straight if you
going
don't
up.
turn.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're getting information in from JC. He forgot to turn ignition on for Yoda, which means he engaged / re-engaged limiter.
Oh no.
Well, JC, you owe Yoda a beer or two. And you owe the rest of us all Dare Ice coffees.
The F1 commentary tomorrow night will be rather spicy, I expect.
I'm gonna be in the middle of
He's
that.
going to try and curse the shit out of me, I reckon. And fair enough.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to curse JC.
And he cursed himself. In the end, well, missing trying to get through Cardillo at the moment. Surely won't be too much longer before everybody's made their last pit stops. Or last scheduled pit stops, that is.
Kitchings ping.
Yeah, out of P2, so I'll just give more time to Kai Rudin to just hover around. Put him in a golf cart at this point, and he'll still take home P1. Yeah, just on the pole. If it's all of a sudden not not skewing back to no, it should be.
Well, it's over anyways, with a 99% I don't know where 50% plus 49% quite adds up.
This is almost an opportunity.
Good heads up driving. Good deep.
Yeah.
Didn't settle on that curb very well. Got a
Yeah.
couple of car lengths.
It's just a half opportunity for missing as they were trying to get past that lap car. Just wasn't enough, just not enough track.
Who remembers the Mika Hakkinen and Schumacher
Oh, that was a great overtake.
bar?
What was that with Zonta being the lapped car or something?
There was, I can't remember. There was a lap car in the middle, and he went to the right hand side of it, and Schumi went to the left of it.
Yeah,
And
that's awesome.
beautiful. One of the best overtakes ever in F1.
Is that on Camel?
Yeah.
Yes.
Spa, yeah.
Yeah, I believe what Mika had to go onto the grass pretty much, didn't he?
Nearly, yeah.
Yeah, but he's Finnish. Like
And
that matters.
Grass is
And
gravel. Grass is
the
gravel.
way he
Gravel is
snaps across the front of
bitumen.
the car. What was that, Neil?
Oh, it doesn't matter. In Finland, any surface is bitumen.
Yeah.
It's,
Yellow spitting.
so we see Cardillo is going to blink first and pit.
Make sure he gets the pit entry correct.
All right, let's just check who's got a pit stop remaining. Kyruden? No. 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 So top 5 shouldn't.
No?
Top 5 have all made their last pit stops.
Let's look at this Pro-Am battle.
Oh, hello.
This is the one we said was very close, didn't
Yes.
we? And that's too close. They pitted it. They had to pit
That
it.
is extremely close, and I think they're going to have to go in again.
Yeah. This is the one we were discussing. They'd have to pit and then.
So they're going to have to hope for rain that everyone comes in for tyres. They're
Yeah.
going to just do a drive. They're just going to drive for the pits.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's all you'd have to do.
Yeah.
And what's
How
that,
long-
25 seconds?
How long before you suffer a puncture in this game?
Quite some time.
Quite some time. Right.
The tires aren't Pirellis. They're not going to just completely disintegrate.
Yeah. They're endurance tyres. They're designed to last.
Imagine Ferrari tyres.
You mean ice
They'd be
blocks?
They'd be the most unpredictable tyre on the planet.
Will really be
Super quick, and then bottled. They can catch fire. They can explode.
Yeah.
The only tyres that actually melt.
You'll need a bomb disposal team to take them off. Full
If
gear.
you can get home. Sorry, Ferrari. Too soon?
It's the season's still going. It can't really be too soon yet. We don't know the outcome.
Who would be a Ferrari fan at this point? But anyway,
Do I need to mention the quote once more?
What is the quote?
Everyone is a Ferrari fan. Even if you are not a Ferrari fan, you are a Ferrari fan.
I'm a fan of how hilarious they make everything.
So yes, you are a Ferrari fan then.
Yeah, but that's not the same.
It's like being on a scale of caring. That there is a scale of 0 to 100, and that can either be positive or negative, because negative caring is just caring of another sort.
It's funny. You should see the inbox between my friend Mitch and I. He's a massive Ferrari fan. It's just optimism on a Friday and Saturday, and it's just memes on a Sunday. The man's just... And Monday. I just try and cheer him up for the start of the week with memes. And we repeat the cycle again.
How is his alcoholism going?
Oh, he's on harder stuff than that now.
Yeah. So just going back, Martin, he has got that under, it's now 5.5 seconds.
It's closing.
So I don't know if Sneakers has just had some problems getting through some traffic, but that gap is closing.
I remember the last stint Martin did. He's
Oh,
towards
hang
the
on,
end of his
hang
stint was
on.
better.
Hang on, it's 4.5 seconds to Lamb.
Yeah, 4.5 to Lamb, 5.5 to Sneakers.
So
It's closed up a lot.
P2, 3, and 4 are all in play now.
That is very close because it was
For 10
14
hours.
seconds.
Hectic.
It is
Half an hour ago.
10 seconds between the lot of them. That is crazy.
So 36 minutes. Will pressure start getting to some of these guys as they try and defend the podium spots? Or will Martin spoil the party and maybe nick a position or two? You just see him there in the background as he comes around the final corner. So he'll start to see the target. Meanwhile, Sneakers will start checking his rearview mirrors a bit more.
So we jump into an instant replay.
That's
71
just in
car.
front of the
Oh.
96 car.
Oh,
Just a very minor brown flag moment there.
I think he was letting. It looked like he was letting him past and just was
The
on
marbles,
the marbles
yeah.
and just round she went. You got to be careful where you do that.
yeah, that corner is catching a lot of people out. Just the camber way that it falls away from the track, I think it just helps the cars rotate. As you said, especially the marbles now, 9 hours through, and there's just a zero grip out there. So what can Sneakers do? He's obviously going to be thinking about charging towards Lamb now too. As the gap is 5.7 from Sneakers to Lamb. And the gap is now 4.7 from Martin to Sneakers. So this is going to be probably the story of the last half an hour, I feel.
Yeah, it's going to be who's the best through the traffic for the last little bit, because 4 seconds can be made or had in traffic.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Lamb pitted, but we know for certain Martin has the better tyres over Sneakers.
I think Lamb had the longest stint out of anyone before he was handed the keys, so I think he's on the freshest out of everyone. Let's get a
Yep.
1:45.9 as we cross the line, and a 1:45.5, so 4/10 in on that lap.
Losing.
But Sneakers is actually slightly falling back from there now, actually. So
I wonder if Sneakers' tyres may not be quite the optimal pressures, or maybe they've just driven really, really hard early on and it's just taken a bit of the sting out of them. Meanwhile, the other two guys are on much fresher boots.
I think Sneakers is going to be up against it here against Lamb in that car. Lamb's shown blistering pace through qualification. I think he's got the fresher tyres as well. So Sneakers here, just got to worry about making sure that the 96 car doesn't get close enough for a move. 33 minutes, no sign of rain. It looks like we're going to be dry to the end.
Tis a shame.
Yeah, as you see there, Martin again, another couple of tenths, so he's probably lapping about 4 or 5 tenths quicker than Sneakers at the moment. So that's plenty of time to catch up to the back. And as you said, if he just gets a bad run through the traffic, you'll find he'll have an Audi full in his mirrors.
again, another lap down. Oh, instant replay.
The chute is really bringing a few unstuck when you go wide here on the marbles.
Yeah, he just takes the cut. It's like a shopping trolley all of a sudden.
Right in front of the leader.
Yeah. Well done to realise that the leader was going around the backside and getting on the gas and moving.
Yeah, good state of mind there to be aware of that.
Probably has a good rig that he can look left and actually see as well. On my screen, I've only got one 24-inch monitor, and it's I'm not seeing anything sideways at all.
Could also be VR.
Mm-hmm. I think you have look buttons bound, can't you? So that could be it too.
I mean,
Yeah,
does
or he
anyone
could
really
have-
use those look buttons?
Or he could have teammates just in his ear yelling, accelerate, accelerate, accelerate.
Yeah.
But who knows? But once again, the leader avoiding damage. As we see a couple of the times, the front runners have managed to avoid being collected through no fault of their own. So we'll see what the time is now. As you can see, Sonega's now at 7.5. So
Lam's just opening it up big time, about a second a lap now.
yeah, now
I think
Martin.
Sonegas actually may have made a slight error because it's only 3.9 to Martin now.
So death taxes and 959 hating the bus stop.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No
That
damage.
is not on this Christmas card list.
As,
There
Aston
is a
Martin.
lot of scuffs on that car too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they are practically running the Ferrari livery being run in F1, so it was bound to happen. There was going to be some errors.
Oh, that's a big moment in this race. 96 hitting the outside barrier last corner.
Oh, is that damage?
Gotta be a little.
Yep, you can see the scuff marks.
Will that affect their pace, though?
Just keep an eye on it.
Too hard.
Yeah.
Brown flag moment.
It's like he hit it pretty much side on, so damage limitation. If it hit the wall, 5 meters up, it would have been more front on. It would have been a lot more damage. Yeah, gaps only dropped to 10th after all that, so we'll just keep an eye on what the gap's going to be as he figures out if there has been any damage to the car, how much it's going to affect. Looks like the wheel's pretty straight.
Even further down, got Chalmers serving a drive-through penalty for track limits.
Chalmers.
Oh no, it's not what he'd want after having those close battles with the guys around him.
Doesn't
Still
look like
taking
the.
time out.
Yep.
Hasn't
So,
spoken
no, he's...
It's weight
Go on,
stripped.
yep.
He stripped some weight off the car. It's actually quicker
Exactly.
now.
Yep.
Actual strategy was amazing.
Gonna need to
Wouldn't do it again,
have a
but
post-race investigation on that car. Make sure it's not underweight.
Lamb
Oh,
is flying by the way.
he's taking that a little bit more cautious. 29 minutes to go. Half an hour left.
Lamb is pulling more than a
3.6.
second lap. That is insane.
2/10 that lap. Battle for Pro-Am lead. 28. Rialto, what was his last name? He's out of the car. Ristofani, sorry. He's put that 28 car in a great position for the Pro-Am win.
Yeah, they're currently 4.7 seconds off the back of Talbot, or P8, so they've got a chance to maybe move up another spot towards the end of this race.
Is that Mole is 6 seconds behind Fluke as well?
Yes.
So a few close-ish battles, especially for half an hour left. That is definitely within hitting range.
Well, that was
wide.
wide coming into that corner.
Gotta be careful with those track limits.
Yeah, you would hate to get a penalty at this late stage.
Got to be alert on the street circuit. He's a driver I don't miss in F1.
Mr. Julian Palmer, the feeder series successful turned F1 reject.
Oh, someone said that Kitty, my friend, looked like him once, and Mitch has hated it ever since.
So Martin now gap under 3.5 seconds. So he pushes hard to try and get that up to P3. I think P2 has done enough to secure. Lamb is absolutely flying at the moment. Kai Rudin, he is just puttering around, trying not to get hit. He is like a man walking through a meteor storm at the moment, just trying to avoid being hit by a random car. But yeah, as you can see, they're well and truly out in front. No issues whatsoever. What are we thinking the lap count is going to be at the end of this race?
We did the guesses at around 200 laps, and I said 3:15, so I'm way short. But
I reckon it'll be about
3:25,
3:24.
I'm gonna go 325.
I'm going to go 3:30. Just watch Kyruden go about his business. That gap now, Martin under 3 seconds. He's definitely not been affected by his close contact with the wall there. Oh, somebody in chat saying Herbert's got a 24-hour race tomorrow, so that's a long weekend. Hope he's not working Monday.
It's going to be a very tired man after tomorrow. 24-hour races. You get. Sometimes I wonder how people are able to get through those 24-hour races.
Yep. And Pete in chat, he's done for the day. He says his knees hurt. Welcome to old age, buddy. It only gets worse from here on out.
2.5 from Martin to Sneakers now. That is closing up fast. I think Sneakers might have made a little bit of a mistake or got some traffic on that lap. Gap to the Lamb in front is now over 10 seconds. So Martin and Lamb seem to be doing very similar lap times. I think it's just Sneakers is falling backwards between them.
Yep.
Cap's only 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Yeah. This is going to be a move soon.
It's
Or a
heating up.
fight. Oh, we've got a spin. Number 19. Number
Kovacs.
19.
That is Chalmers. Meanwhile, we have Peter in chat mentioning it. Bender is bringing home number 2 home for team not quite last name. Just a very subtle jab at their position in the race. Of course, not their own doing.
Yeah, unfortunately technical issues got them. But they're sticking it out and making sure they circulate and get a result, which is quite commendable.
Yes, a lot of drivers would just throw in the towel after having stuff like that happen, as we see in replay now of, I believe this would be Chalmers.
Yep, in the BMW. What's he do? Just gas it up, does he? Oh, no? Okay.
He's just
changing the song on the radio.
yeah, he's
I love you.
he's
Turn the car off.
he's turned the car off.
Bold strategy there, but I think it's going to pay off.
Clearly does not want to hear any more Baby Shark on the radio.
Yep, it's at the window.
Maybe he's just underfueled and figures if he stops the car for 20 seconds, he'll have enough fuel to get home.
Surely you'd turned off while you were rolling, though.
Oh, here we go.
This is the traffic now. Kicking in.
So there's JP, and there is the Audi. Now they just got to carefully pick their way through this lap traffic. And this is where this traffic needs to be aware that there is a fight on for P2 here, and not try and hold these guys up and get out of the way as much as they can. Oh, you can just see there.
Really wanting to get past, but just an unfortunate spot. It's such an awkward corner to let someone pass when it switches back like that.
Yep. But once they're through this traffic, they've got a fair bit of a gap. So,
Whoa!
Just manages to catch it. And,
How good was 959 to dodge that?
yeah, 9.5 basically cooked their own race there to keep out of the back of that Audi.
Yeah. they went in hard under brakes, sort of like a big dive bomb passing move to make sure they got past, but it ended up hurting them more than if they just sat behind.
So, kudos to 959, but now they've got the Audi's got the work ahead of it. Catch back up. It's giving Sneakers a little bit of breathing room. So we're now under 20 minutes, so now the clock becomes the enemy.
Gap is back over 2 seconds again.
This is, as a driver, you start to see it's 20 minutes and then you're into the teens and heart rate starts to go up and you start to try to overdrive the car a little bit. Even though you're faster, if you start overdriving it, you won't get an overtake done. As you will absolutely cook these tyres and they just won't give you the performance you need. But this is going to be the battle for the end, I feel. The story at the end. What can Sneakers do? What has he got left in the bag to try and hold off this fast-charging Audi?
Could there be a bit of late drama here between these two teams?
Oh, that'd be the worst outcome. Would be for them to get tangled.
They're going to cross the line at exactly the same time.
I can
mud wrestle to win.
I can 100% JC is quietly in his head just going, please, 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 we need that top 10, just a little bit of a nudge.
I think these guys are multiple laps in front of P10, so I think even if they...
5 laps, to be honest, 4 laps.
Yeah, so they need to DNF themselves now.
Did we mention that the reason the car stopped was for sound issues? He had to fix it.
Told you, it was that bloody song.
He's forgotten to charge his headphones. He's obviously got the wireless set, and he's heard the dreaded noise when you run out of battery.
Seem to be TeamSpeak sound issues. Could be some background noise, just constantly going through, and yeah, having to make some adjustments.
Surely if it's TeamSpeak, you try and struggle without it, without stopping the car, unless they felt like they had a big enough gap.
Supposedly, according to JC, P10 has had a whoopsie poopsie and is carrying damage in lapped traffic.
Whoopsie poopsie.
Okay.
His words, not mine.
That's definitely not on a bingo card.
JC coming off watching Play School.
What kids do to you?
A whoopsie poopsie, yeah.
JC is living the dream for as long as he can. He's still dreaming of that P10.
Doesn't want to lose the sponsorship from Dare.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Sneakers has responded, and yeah, it's not being really challenged at the moment as the minutes are slipping away now. Maybe that edge of tyres that they had from pitting a bit later, maybe that's just gone away and equalised a little bit. So now it's just going to come down to possibly a mistake between one of these guys.
That Audi has looked consistently more fast through this middle part of the track, so we'll see whether there's any gain here since both of them are in clean air at this stage.
That gap is closing ever so slowly, but it's closing. It's very intense.
They're going to cross paths before this race finishes, I guarantee it. And it's a podium in an endurance race. This is 10 hours. They're going to fight.
Oh yeah.
Neither of them will back down from it.
I've got visions of 2 wide through the bus stop.
Oh.
We already had it with these guys before the pit stop as well. If you remember right.
That was the other Sneakers, and it was Mitch Weston at the time in the car.
That was, yeah.
So, yes, we have, but now we've got JP, Sneakers, and
1.1.
the gap is closing.
It's gonna start to get the suck soon, so gonna zip up close.
Yeah, but as we always say, it's one thing to catch a car. It's another thing entirely to get past.
Especially at a track like this.
Yeah, what has Sneakers got and what has Martin got? Is Martin just studying where JP is potentially not as strong? See, the
Slight error there.
BMW is fairly strong through the first sector. But it's through here, this is where the Audi really closes onto the back.
Brakes.
These heavy braking zones and long medium speed corners.
Oh, I'm crossing all my fingers and toes that a black marker doesn't get involved.
A black marker.
Oh, they'll be blacklisted, sorry, if that happens. No, I'm joking.
So you can just see in the foreground there's a Bentley, I think.
Please get out of the way, please.
JP needs to be pumping ludicrous through his speakers directed at that. Yeah, you know the one.
There we
Sing along
go.
at home.
That's great work, 151.
Yeah.
You get my thumbs up.
Drivers of the day.
Big gap here into the next car. So 15 minutes and 0.6 of a second.
Ho ho ho.
Can Kovacs hang on for P3 or will Steezy Autosports, who qualified second, get back on their podium? He's closing up real quick.
Dang, that was actually very fast closing speed. Made me pucker up.
Yep. So just watch the BMW through here. As I said, it just feels like it's just a little bit better through this section of the track and the last two sectors where the Audi makes all the time.
Does have that very effective slipstream though now, does the Audi, so that disadvantage through Sector 1 will be nullified, but now Sector 2 and Sector 3 will be even harder with the dirty air.
Less than 2/10. Less than 15 minutes. Plenty of time. You don't have to rush the move here. You've got to set it up.
Just have to do it at the right time and make sure you do it cleanly, and you'll have a podium.
Just keep putting that pressure on. JP though, very good under pressure.
You'll not let this up easily.
I keep an eye on that track map. They might be a little way away from the cars ahead, but that's going to close up pretty quickly because these two are flying.
It's a couple of corners down before we get the next split again.
Where's the move going to be made? Before the bus stop?
Probably, I'd say so. The suck's going to kick in, and the straight line speed of that Audi's going to show 6.2 last lap from Miller.
I think one of the few places it can be done other than bus stop would be into turn 1.
Yep.
Just has to get right exit out of the final corner and maybe force a mistake out of JP in front.
For this closing speed at the end of the straight. Yeah. If he gets a good run and he's got a bit of a gap, he just zips by and ends up ahead there. I think that's got to be the plan.
But the only thing is that BMW is very, very good on the brakes, so it's got to be careful.
So I'm going to replay. What is this? It's just the cut. Oh, 500.
And around she goes, right in the middle of the racing line.
Flaggy quick on the draw of the flag there.
Here we go. JP, nothing but Audi in his mirrors at the moment. Be able to see the VIN number on that car.
Might as well act as a steward from the cockpit.
So just recapping, car 45, One Tyre Tribe IB Racing commanding lead. They're a lap clear. P1. They started in P4? Maybe even lower than that.
No, P4 was where they started.
P4 was where they started. I was right there. 315 started on pole. They've had some dramas. They've moved back up to P2, and we're watching the battle for P3 between Kovacs Racing Purple and CZ Autosports.
I think this is the distance. This is the distance for the suck pass.
Yeah. Kovacs Racing Purple started in P6.
Oh, these guys here.
Here we go. Is he going to send it?
Nah, not close enough.
Oh, that wind might not be helping either. Someone has a headwind, crosswind a little.
Oh, and a slight error through the bus stop.
Well, car 18 has pitted. Does that bring in 500 into the play? I don't
think so.
I don't.
They do have a 10-second penalty there.
Unless
They
they
got
pit
the
stops
10-second
for 2
penalty.
laps.
Well,
Yes,
not only
sure.
do they have the 10-second penalty, but they're also a fair way back from car 82 in P10. So it's just, yeah.
They're on their own lonesome lap by the looks of it, right? The car in front's on lap 3 laps behind, the car behind's 4 laps behind. So they're potentially all by themselves. Actually, Nissan's only 16 seconds behind them. Is that right? Or 18?
18 seconds
18.
behind. Yeah, behind 500. Yeah, they sure are.
And Nissan's
So
going
8
fast.
more seconds they need to find, and they might snag P11. Both of them
Oh,
running
That is
wide.
very wide.
Using all the track there.
Oh no, that's going to be fence. Oh, that is a
Oh,
wall.
that's it.
And just like that, that's going to be a fair chunk of damage, not to mention the lost time. And Sneakers, I feel, he's going to have done enough.
1.8.
Yep. Unless that car has suffered no damage, and I cannot imagine any way that it hasn't.
That bounced. That didn't look nice.
Yeah, it just carried way too much speed through that last corner. Could not pull it up as you go and watch a replay.
After getting on the dirt on the tyres, we talked about this all day. You get out onto that stuff out there, pick up some marbles and dirt, and then just wide the whole way. He's never going to make that apex.
Oh, they're having a dip.
Yeah. It's 1.9, so it's sort of stagnated, but needs to bring that back in. Is there traffic? There is traffic coming, so
8 minutes to go. JP has just got to realise that
Fit
he can-
5 tenths.
You're kidding
Wow.
me.
All right, he's going. He's just driving.
He's sending it now.
Yeah.
And can you really blame them? You're in P4, you're a big gap to P5.
Yeah.
Use that car up as much as you can without obviously killing the car ahead of you. Oh, have
Or
a-
killing your own car, for that matter.
Oh, he doesn't care at this stage. It's P3 or it's bust. Just got to be careful there.
Can we get on board to see if the car's crabbing?
I mean, you know the saying, you're either third or you're last.
Yeah, that's a great saying. It's a classic, isn't it? Well, no.
And another 10th in the third sector.
JC's is your 10th or your last.
So they're currently last.
No,
I
that's
think if
better.
he gets back in the draft, he might have a chance again. He's still got a few more laps to go, probably 4 or 5 more laps.
I just can't. I don't know how he's going to get a move done. He's going to have damage, and he had
Another
a fair.
10th.
Yeah,
He had a fair amount of time behind that car, and not even a hint of a move. So JP's got to be feeling pretty confident he can hold off for 7 minutes, though.
Martin has
Lots and
released
lots
the
of
shackles,
traffic's
though.
coming up for these last 5 laps or 4 laps. Or whatever we get in here.
Oh, he's pushing absolute limits here.
This car is doing a backflip over a fence or it's finishing third.
Well, it may do a backflip over Sneakers and pinch third.
That
Who
would be an
knows?
interesting
Bold
sight.
strategy. But if you just look ahead,
Intense.
315 is an absolute swarm of blue flag cars come around the second last corner now.
Are we going to get traffic here? It's actually going to hurt Martin a bit here, I think.
Well done there, Race Ventura. 8/10. We're back on, team.
We are.
How is this possible?
I severely question this damage model if that car has taken a hit like that.
Oh,
It's
Oh,
great.
got a little tap.
More paint
It's going
gone.
to need a panel beater and a respray.
Just taking a bit more weight off the car.
He hasn't slowed down. That's what's happened here. He's doing the exact same times he was when he was chasing down before. So, yeah.
Maybe the damage has just randomly added more aero to the car.
Yeah.
Or hell, it's maybe even made it more efficient in a
It's
straight
probably because
line.
it's that more side-on damage. If it was front on nose, yeah, you're going to struggle. But it obviously hasn't damaged the steering.
It certainly hasn't. It's now just under 8/10.
This is where he's quick. He's quick through from here till after the big toe. What do we call it? What is that what we call it? The big toe? The foot?
Shoot. That one's the shoot, this one's the toe.
The toe, yeah, he's quick for
And then
these three sweepers. Look at this. So quick.
Yeah, the boot section of the track.
It's probably the camber he's added into the rear tyres.
Yeah. It's all the part of the strategy.
Got Lukey saying active aero.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, this is going to be on.
I think this is going to come down to the last 2 laps. 4 minutes 51.
I think it'll come down to the last lap.
The last corner. It's going to absolutely send it.
That's
It's hard to get past here. It's not a great corner for it.
No, and it's leaving it too late. You're not giving yourself time to get it done.
That blue flag is doing wonders right now. Thank you.
Braking.
Oh, turn 1, it's just so much more braking. But then again, he's also braking his car in the process.
And this is in the suction range.
Yeah,
Very
I
much.
reckon the damage is going to affect probably top speed. He's close though. It's just when he
He's
pulls out.
closing. He's closing.
He's not going to be able to get anything on here. He's going to have to do it.
He's trying it. No. Oh,
Too much.
he's got it
Oh, he's
round.
gone.
Oh, it's over. It's
And
over.
there we go.
Oh, it is over for 96 in the podium finish. He had a
to give
crack.
it a try.
Good try.
He's had a crack and it has not paid off.
Yeah. Just a little bit of patience there, I think. Just wait. Get real close would have been the play, but unfortunately, yeah, too much curb.
See how close he got with that gap, 0.093. And that's as close as he's going to get.
Just another sort of 20 metres of straight, and he may have got the move done there, but hats off to JP, defended that very, very well, forced the Audi into the mistake, and barring an absolute incident, has secured P3.
Very well done.
Did he catch the inside of that curb again? I'm pretty sure he caught the inside of that curb.
Yeah, just was all out of shape from the initial turn in pretty much. You can see JP doing the smart thing, defending the inside, just blocks that apex, and that Audi just never really recovered.
Yeah.
Parked it on the driveway, which was nice.
Yeah.
But-
Still a cracking effort by Steezy Autosports, qualifying second. Still in the top 5. But
Maybe
yeah,
able to finish.
they had a crack.
in the top 5.
Yeah.
Finishing at the top 5 in a race like this is no mean feat, so they have done very well considering the stuff they've had to go through.
Sweet. Jump on board the leaders with 2 minutes to go. They're under a slightly
Lucas in
less
front.
pressure. Yeah,
96 car.
they're going to put a lap on P3. Another lap, that is.
P4, sadly.
Because these guys, yeah, they unlapped themselves and then sort of drove away a bit.
So Ali Kyruden, Marcus Van Vliet, and Regan Herbert. I think they're all going to snatch their first OOR endurance event win. I think. I'm unsure if Kyruden's won or not. If I'm wrong in chat, can you please correct me?
Well, he's got a gaggle of lap traffic to get through at the minute.
Penultimate lap.
Yeah, just ticked under 1.5, so...
JC's given up.
Yeah, he's raised the white flag, he's seen the 10-second penalty. And
Yes! Love you,
he's
JC.
He's here now.
It is what it is.
Oh, you chat a crack, mate.
No, well, look, we're very pleased with our race. In all seriousness, we went in today with a couple of goals, and they were to avoid being reported by anyone, which we achieved. To go without making any mistakes, which unfortunately we didn't achieve. But look, if we achieved those goals, we got in the top 10, and we didn't, so we on to the next one.
That's it.
Just about you not being reported, you've still got 30 seconds to go, so I wouldn't count all those chickens just yet.
Question is,
It's
how
been
many
an
chickens
awesome
do you
drive. As I
count?
said, Mitch Weatherburn did a great effort coming in with very little experience in ACC, so we're very happy with him. And Yoda and Gibbo drove the pants off in their stint, so it's been a good day for us. We're pleased regardless. Looking forward to the Farmers Union submissions coming out for the next one.
Love it.
Yep. So
This is the last lap.
Yes. So what we're about to see is Warntide Tribe take their first endurance event win. Watkins, Glen, 10 hour. And haven't they driven a race? We had a bit of rain early on in the race, and they kept their nose clean. And it's been really flawless.
yeah,
It's no mean feat. They've driven very, very well.
they just had one spin where they didn't damage anything and were very quickly away. Other than that, just untouched.
They just had the pace. They were just so quick in the first 4 hours. They just
Set
pulled
him up. Yep,
more
that
than
set 'em up
half
for
of
the race.
half the race. Half the track was like, it was nearly a full lap on most of the cars in that first 4 or 5 hours, and then it sort of just held it about that pace.
Yep. Malik,
It's 96 going to
call the
let.
finish, mate.
Yeah.
All right, here they come. Warntide Tribe, IB Racing. 328 laps. This is going to be the 329th. And Warntide Tribe are going to pick up their first win in an endurance event here at OOR as Ali Kyruden crosses the line. P1, get in there. Well done, lads. Congratulations to Marcus Van Vliet and Regan Herbert as well. A stellar drive and thoroughly deserved.
Yes, as you said, they were a class above, and Lamb in the Audi have No Idea's done a pretty good job as well. I don't think they've been involved in too much, just kept it on the black stuff, and they're going to lock in P2.
Yep, they'll pick up the 4 points from qualifying. 6 points for finish, still starting on pole position. P2 is nothing to be ashamed of here. It was a tricky start of this race, especially the first 2 hours. They fought their way back. Same little story for 191. They were involved in a couple of scuffles early as well, but early mid-race. Put their head down and going to be at a podium and fought off 96. Such a great race. 10 hours of the Glen, the first one we've done. There's No Idea with Matty Lamb, Oliver Kitching and Paul Britt cross the line for P2. And I bet you this man was puckered up towards those last few laps.
Yeah, but he's
he
weathered
did
the
a
storm.
splendid job to hold them off.
He's going to get rewarded with a P3.
Yep. Jean-Pierre Sinakis. His brother John Sinakis. And of course, the man without force feedback, Carl Johnson. They're going to cross the line. P3, Kovacs Racing Purple. And a quick shout out to these teams, Steezy Autosports, Mitchell Weston, and Dylan Mitchell, or Martin, sorry, picking up P4 and just nearly snagging themselves a podium. We'll touch base with the Pro-Ams and the AMs after this bit. Oh, what a race. And thank the servers. Oh my lord, I'm so happy.
Give it all you can.
The servers survived.
Oh, we've gone and done it. God, I was
About
anxious
time.
about that. Just so much out of your control. But let's go to AM class. 959. They had a bit of a day out at the bus stop, but they've got the AM class win. Craig Dale, Steve
By
Lewis,
3 laps.
Ollie Daniel. By 3 laps, yeah, they look stellar. Race Ventura P2. And is that Clutch Racing 27? I think so. Well, Pro Am class though. Oh, probably one of the stints of the race. That Ferrari in the wet, 28. MPR GP, they're going to be Pro Am win. JMax Shadow P2. And is that... There's a new entry there. But anyway, Vedica, McKellar, Appreciato, and Vedica's... I think they're brothers.
Drive to survive. Drive to strive. To survive, sorry.
Drive to Survive. There we go. Thank you.
178. 74. Drive to survive.
Whew, what a race.
That was insane.
Yeah, crazy.
Let's do it again next month.
Mm-hmm.
So the voting for the next track opens tomorrow on Discord. If you haven't been involved yet, you're welcome to register at any time. If you've competed and missed out in a previous race, it doesn't mean you're not in the series. It just means you're not racing in that event, which is what happened a couple of times for round 2, where a few teams that missed round 1 thought they were out of the whole series. That's not the case. So keep an eye on Discord and read those announcements. It pays, trust me. Oh, I'm knackered. I am absolutely knackered.
You would be, big fella. Great effort from you today.
Thanks, commentators. So in the booth today, we've had, in no particular order, Alex Bowen, Ollie Daniel, Damiano Thurcolini, Mr. McNulty, Tom Maloney, Frank Frankfurt, Jamie Comboy, Justin Tate, who's been here all day with me, Mike Crick, and Stefan Bashtold. Thank you, gents, for the commentating. Fantastic work.
Thank you to Matty Powell, race director, and all the stewards, of course.
Yep, so Matty Powell, we joined with Raj, Sandhu, Stefan was also in there, George Fowler, Mike Crick, I think Maritz and Mick from EU also jumped in, and maybe even Chris Frizzer from North America. Big work today. Thank you very much as well, team. Fantastic as always.
No worries. And thanks to everybody watching online, and thanks to Mull, obviously, for his work behind the buttons today, as well as on comms.
Also, big shout out to Glen Germain, who's put in a mountain of work behind the scenes on our servers and some technical stuff to make sure this race goes without a hitch, and it did.
And
Great
all the
stuff,
drivers.
everybody.
All the drivers for putting on a great show.
It actually looks pretty good at night here. Maybe a night race here next time. Well, let's go again. That was just
Again.
that was qualifying.
Yeah.
So tomorrow night we've got round 2 of our F1 series. We're off to Australia. You'll join JC, Yoda, and Tate. There's also Mike Crick and Bowen in for tier 3 at the start. So that starts at 5 o'clock tomorrow. So don't miss that, because it's going to be awesome. I'm signing out because we're stuffed. We're done. We're buggered.
Yep, I think that's going to do it for all of us. Mull, take us out.
See you later. See you tomorrow when I've been at 2 and 12 Australia. See you guys. Bye.